Canvas training. Learn and grow.
Okay, so today basically we'll start the lightning part of Salesforce. So till now we have talked about all the configurations, what is classic part of Salesforce. In classic we have seen few things only. Majorly we have talked about lightning view. Lightning is the part which is being used majorly these days. And now we will talk about the custom lightning components, etc. How we can create the custom components, custom applications, etc. in lightning application. Because Visual Force we have talked about, Apex and Visual Force. Those were basically creating the classic view of the Salesforce, but these are not creating the lightning views. So how it is different with classic view means what is basically in the lightning, what is the lightning view, and what are lightning components and all. So we will just go through about the basics of these things today, that what are these, and you will understand that how this frameworks. So we will talk about what is lightning, what is a lightning component framework, what is a lightning component bundle, what are the parts of that. There are some component controller, style, documentation, etc. there in the bundle. So we will talk about what are those. What are the lightning events we can use while creating the lightning components and all. What are the advantages of creating the lightning components over Visual Force pages or old ways to do the development. Then basically we will talk about basic best practices and when to move to the lightning experience if your organization is currently working on the classic. So first of all, what is a lightning component framework? So basically lightning component framework is nothing but it is a UI framework which basically gives you better look and feel. For an end user perspective, it is like it is a better look and feel only. That dynamic web pages we can create for mobile and desktop devices. But if you talk about the framework, apart from providing the better UI, better look and feel, it is also giving the better performance in the application. And it would be faster. It would mean more of the things would be done at the client end only, so that the performance would be improved. Basically this UI framework, the lightning component framework, is basically used for developing the dynamic web apps for mobile and desktop devices both. So desktop devices we have seen. So I'm not sure if you have used the mobile application for Salesforce or not. If not, you can just go and download the Salesforce app from Play Store, and whatever customization, whatever configuration you are doing by logging into Salesforce, this developer.salesforce.com, you will be able to see everything over there in the app as well by default. So it is not like that you need to do a separate development for the application, mobile application. Whatever configuration and customization and you will do over here would be by default available in the mobile app as well. So you can just go and download the mobile app and just try out that how the mobile app looks and how this works. So mobile app basically works on the Lightning framework only. So it is not working in old framework like classic framework. It is basically working on the Lightning component framework only. So whatever components you are creating, those are very much applicable for the mobile app as well. So it would be by default viewable on the mobile apps in a correct way, in a perfect way. So, and if I talk about the difference between classic and lightning over here, so classic was basically, let us see the classic over here. So you will be able to see and differentiate that there are two different models in the classic and lightning. The classic is basically having the page centric view, and lightning is basically having the app centric view. What is the difference between page centric and app centric basically? So you can see that whenever I am opening any page, my different page is getting loaded every time. If I click on new, a new page is getting loaded. If I cancel, then a new page getting loaded. If I open a record, a different page gets loaded. So this is basically the page centric view. Gives a kind of slow performance. as compared to Lightning experience, where we are having the app-centric view. So it is kind of one app is opened over here, and that is center of my application, my UI. And if I just click on any buttons, you can see another pop-up opens on the same page. A new page would not open. So that's why it is called the app-centric view. So in that way, and definitely the UI is better. So in that way, the Lightning framework is different from the classic framework, the old framework. So apart from that, in this framework, so how basically you develop the applications. So in the previously, whenever we have talked about developing any application, we have just created any Apex class as a controller. Visual Force we have written for the UI part, and from there we call the controller, that is the Apex, and Apex is ultimately calling the database for fetching the data or doing any DMLs over there, and ultimately the client server relationship happens over there. The difference in the Lightning component is there are two controllers basically. So at the client side also there is a JavaScript controller. So there is a component, for example, we have created a Lightning component. That is the UI part which we will create, and in that component we will create a controller, the JavaScript controller, which will be available at the client side only, would not be available at the server side. And most of the things Lightning component does and at the JavaScript controller side itself. And then for few things, another controller, like whenever we need to fetch some data or do for doing any DML operations, etc., we want to do. For that, there is a separate controller, that is Apex, which we have already done previously as well. We have already created, and which will ultimately talks to the database and returns back whatever is being requested. For example, if some new data is being requested, it will return back the data to the controller, to the JavaScript controller, that is at client side, or some data needs to be posted, that will be posted, and a success or error message would be returned from the controller. So these two controllers will talk to each other in that case. So what is the benefit of this model? The benefit of this model is basically on the UI, we will be having most of the things available in the JavaScript controller itself. So there would be lesser calls to the server. And if the calls to server would be lesser, ultimately the performance would be improved because you are handling the things at the client end only. And second thing, the Lightning component framework also ensures that only the limited set of data would be pulled or pushed to the server. It is not like that in the bulk the data is moved over there, or the data is or the DMLs are being made. So in that way also it ensures and improves the performance. And by default these would be available for mobile applications as well, and definitely we need lightweight applications for the mobile so that it would be running quite comfortably on mobile application as well. So it does those things automatically in the background. You need not to do anything separately for that. So it says that Lightning makes it easier to build responsive applications for any device. You need not to look after the device specific development as well. For any device, any mobile device, it will automatically does the changes. Either you are using iPhone, any Android, or any different devices, it would automatically adjust in the background. This is also a property of Lightning component framework. It automatically does the changes, does the configuration for different devices. You need not to look after that if it is perfectly working in some device or not. In Visual Force, you need to do that. So while you are creating the Visual Force, maybe it is the case that some of the features are not working in a certain device and working in another device. But while you are working in Lightning Component Framework, it would automatically be creating the responsive applications, and you need not to worry about those issues. And same with the browsers as well. While you are using browsers, so somebody is using Chrome, somebody is using Safari, so that also it automatically takes care. So then it says that basically modern framework for building single page applications with dynamic responsive user interfaces for Salesforce.com apps. Okay, so if you are not understanding what is a component basically, so these are the standard components only. So whenever we are opening any page on Lightning, these are the standard different components only. Let us go to the home page. So for example, this is a one component. This is another component. These are all components with which, by combining all different components, one page in Lightning version has been created. So these are the by default available by the Salesforce, the standard kind of components. If you go to the edit page on the app builder, so this is the Lightning app builder. So you can see that you can search the component at the left hand side, and you can just drag over this particular view pane, and these components would be basically added on this page. So every page in Lightning version is a combination of multiple components. These are the standard components which are available, and whenever we create any custom component, those custom components would be available over here, and you can just drag and drop those custom components as well over here. So whatever we will create, everything would be available over here, and you can just add into any particular page using Lightning App Builder on your basically on your any page on your app. Then it basically tells that it is basically a multi-tier component development that basically bridges the client and server. So this framework tells that how it is basically connecting the multi-tier component, which I have just shown between the client and the server. And we are using JavaScript basically at the client side as a controller, and Apex on the server side. Then we are having few terminologies whenever you are using Lightning Component Framework. So first of all, the basic terminology is component. So what is a component? I have just shown you that these are the small parts of a page, kind of reusable units, which can be used at multiple pages as well. And it is ultimately having a small functionality available in a particular component. It can be a complete big application, the full page application as well, or you can just create a small components which can be reused in different pages as well, and you can just drag and drop over there. Then comes events. So events, we have previously also we have worked upon that what is an event. Basically, whenever you are doing a page load, that is an event. You are doing click on a button, that is also an event. So any action which is being performed on a web page, that is called an event. And here in Lightning Component as well, the framework, this particular framework is basically depends upon the events only. So there are basically two types of events, the application and component events. And basically on those events only, this particular application, the component framework works. So whenever any event happens on those events, what thing can be done, basically written in the events only. So we will talk about in future. So maybe in further classes, we will take more the examples as well, that how these would be worked. Well, basically, it is the event-driven programming we are doing in this, and event-driven programming is in some other applications, some other languages as well, so, such as JavaScript, Java Swing, etc. Then comes the Aura framework. The word Aura you will use a lot. So it is kind of the Lightning Component framework is built on the Aura framework, that is the open source framework, which is created and maintained by Salesforce itself. On this Aura framework itself, the complete components application, the Lightning component, etc., would be created. Basically, it enables us to create the apps which are completely independent. You can create a separate apps which are basically completely independent of the data in your Salesforce. It is not having any issues, or it is not considering that what kind of data is there, or in the app it is using some data. It is not like that. You can just create any app, and ultimately whatever data would be available, it would be accessing that and would be using that. So basically it is open source Aura framework which you will be using by default while creating the Lightning components and all. Then comes the browser support consideration. So I have already told that across different browsers, it will automatically give you the browser support, and you will not be having much issues while working on the different browsers. You need not to look after that if my application is working in each browser or not. Automatically it manages that thing for you. And using developer console, we can create these components and applications. Apart from that, in the Lightning component framework, so there are some out of the box component set which are by default available in Salesforce, and which you can use while creating the Lightning components and all. Some small component sets are by default available which you can use while building the apps, and you can definitely create your own component set as well while creating it. And definitely it is having rich component ecosystem. There are a lot of business ready components already available which you can use, and you are using ultimately. The performance, as I was just explaining, as the Lightning component framework is basically using the stateful client, that it would be maintaining the state of every component and all at the client side itself, and a stateless server architecture. So it is called stateful client and stateless server architecture, that it is maintaining the state of everything, every component at the client end only using JavaScript and all. But at the server, it is not maintaining any state, and it is only interacting with server whenever it is requiring some specific information. Majorly, all the metadata, etc., application data, etc., would be maintained at the JavaScript only, at UI end only, the client side. And whenever it would be having some important information to fetch, only specific data to fetch from the server, then only it would be calling the server. So in that case, it would basically maximize the efficiency. The performance would be increased, because most of the things would automatically would be available, and state we are maintaining at the client end itself. So the trips to the server would be less and the performance would be increased. And then definitely we have talked about event-driven architecture we are having in this. We are having application and component type of events over here, which you can use for basically coordinating between the different components. So for example, whenever we are having multiple components on a page, and some changes are done in a component. For example, there are two components. Say over here, I am having two components. One component is showing over here, say opportunities list, and another component is showing a particular opportunity details. And whenever, for example, on this page, on this component for a particular opportunity, I have changed some of the values of that particular opportunity. Say stage I have updated. And in this particular component, a list of opportunities are showing, and with the stage of opportunities as well. So whenever you change it, automatically without refreshing the page, this component would also be rendered, and the stage which got updated in this component would automatically be updated over here as well in this component as well. So how these works? these are basically the components talks to each other in between, and how they talk to each other, that is basically event driven architecture. That one component would be talking to another component whenever any change is done at one component automatically without refreshing the page using ajax methodology in the background. Automatically it calls using event, it calls the another component as well. So whatever components are using those particular things, those particular components, it will automatically refresh for you. And apart from that, there are some ways that if any event has happened at the application level, it can be broadcast to the each and every component also. So whatever components need those kind of information, they can use that as well. So in this way, it is basically event driven architecture. Faster development. So as I have told you that there are out of the box components which are already available in Salesforce. So you can use most of those components while developing your Lightning component application. So it would be faster development, and with that, on mobile devices, automatically all the applications, all the components which you will be creating, automatically those would be available over there as well. So it will basically improve the overall efficiency of the development for the developer. Then it is device aware and cross-browser compatibility. In previous slide, we have already talked about that. For different devices, it will automatically give the responsive design, and it is also having the cross-browser compatibility using different technologies like HTML5, CSS3, and touch events and all. So we are basically talking about the UI. So this is the UI. Open the developer console. So I am talking about the Visual Force pages which we have already created. So for example, means I will tell that it is Lightning is basically a kind of replacement on the Visual Force pages. It is not like that the Visual Force pages would be completely replaced, but all the functionalities which you were able to do on the Visual Force pages, you can do using Lightning components. And it is always preferable that you should go ahead with the Lightning components only, because it provides better performance, it provides better view, the UI part, and it provides the automatic feature that it would be by default in a greater UI perspective, it would be available on the mobile app as well. And this is the basic Aura framework on which our complete Lightning system of Salesforce is being built. It is kind of, means I can say that it is kind of replacement over the VF. So you should use the Lightning components. But what if an application is already being built, an org is already created, and the organization is using that org, the kind of classic org, and using multiple VF pages from say long time, say 5 years or 10 years. So, and they are having complex VF pages in place. When they are migrating to the Lightning system from from classic system, they can migrate the UI, that is okay, but converting all the VF pages to Lightning pages, that would be a cumbersome task, because the whole coding needs to be done again. So what can be done in that case if the organization want to move to the Lightning system, but they want to keep the VF pages as it is? So in that case, it would be a difficult scenario for the organization, because if they use the old VF pages, the view for the VF pages would be similar to the classic version, and the view for Lightning would be completely changed. So it would be difficult scenario. So let me open one VF page which we have created. So for example, this is the view of the VF page which we have created. So this is kind of classic view, and Lightning view, we know it is showing it list like this. but this is a classic view. So whenever the organization is moving from classic view to the lightning view, it would be a problem for them that the Visualforce pages are showing in the classic. So for that, Salesforce has provided one small tag which can be used, lightning style sheets. So you can use at the evermost tag, that is apex page, the lightning style sheet, you can make it as true and you save it. So it would automatically convert your VF page in the lightning view. So ultimately in the background, this is a VF page which is being created and the functionality all written is in VF pages, but your view is coming as the lightning view only. And so you can completely make your VF pages in the lightning view, just writing a small tag, and you would be good to go. So in the component, so we have talked about, it is called a component bundle actually, and here we are having multiple things to create the component, develop the lightning component over here. So in the lightning component bundle, there are a few things. One is component itself or application. You can create the application or a component, and this is a basically only one mandatory resource which is mandatory while creating a component, while creating a lightning component application. So if you are creating the component and you are writing everything over there itself, that would work, and you will be able to create the component and use that component in different pages and all. This would basically create the base for your component, and that would be ultimately creating the lightning component for you. These all other things are optional. So are optional, but these are good to use whenever you are developing any component application. So there are the style bundle, which is basically giving you the option to give the style to the component. So CSS, you all know, that is cascading style sheets you must have used in HTML and all. So the same way it can be used over here as well. Then comes the controller. So it is the client side controller, which I was talking about, which will be written basically in JavaScript. The Apex side controller would be separate, would not be a part of the Lightning component bundle. That would be a separate Apex controller which would be created, and this controller, the JavaScript controller, would be ultimately interacting with that server side controller which is written in Apex. So then comes the design, and design is basically used for the components used in the Lightning app builder or Lightning pages. So in the Lightning app builder, if there are some components, okay, so I will talk about these things later. So I'm just giving you definition as of now. I will show you that how these are basically being used. Design component is basically used for mentioning that which components you will be giving in the Lightning app builder for doing the customization. For example, you want to change some particular value on a Lightning app builder, that you can define using the design itself. Then comes the helper, and helper is also like in Apex also we have written some helper classes. So basically helper is used for giving the functions, for creating the JavaScript functions, but this helper is for this controller helper. So ultimately it would also be written in JavaScript only, and using JavaScript helper, it would be having JavaScript functions which can be basically used multiple times in a controller. So that's why the helper are helpers are written. So ultimately JavaScript functions would be written which can be basically called from any JavaScript code in this particular components bundle. Then comes the documentation. So whenever you are writing any code, there are some documentations available. So you must have gone through the documentation of Salesforce Apex as well, that what are the by default functions, methods are available, and what are the meaning of that, what is the sample code, etc. Those would be available. So you, when you are creating any custom component, so you need to, the customer is asking for the documentation as well. So Salesforce has provided a separate resource in Lightning Component Bundle itself that is called documentation, and you can create the documentation for your components. You can give the description, the details about your code, and the sample code, how it can be used, this particular component can be used and all, and references to the example components and all. So ultimately you can create a proper documentation to provide to the customer for that purpose as well. Then comes the renderer. The renderer is basically whenever we are using the Salesforce pages, we have used the rendered attributes as well. That when a particular part of the page would be rendered, so those things we have already used. In the same way, here is a resource which has been provided by Salesforce, that you, if you want to render a particular component on the basis of another component creation or rendering, or you want to re-render a particular component itself, or you want to remove unrender a particular component, say you want to remove the component. For example, there is one requirement that whenever this particular event has happened, this particular component should be removed. So that unrender functionality you can use. So those things you can use in this particular resource. Then comes the SVG. So basically all the components which are created, icon is being given in the Lightning App Builder. And if you want to give a custom icon for that particular component, you can create that using SVG. So if you will just go, and you will be able to see another option, that is opening Lightning resources. If any Lightning component, Lightning resources already created, you can just go to open Lightning resources and you can just open it from here. As of now, it is not available. So, and if you want to create a new Lightning component, you just go to new, and you will be able to see few things: Lightning application, Lightning component, etc. Over here, you can create a Lightning component. You just go to Lightning component and just write, say, my first component. And you are having some optional configuration features as well over here. Like if you want to create a Lightning tab with this Lightning component, Lightning page, Lightning record page, etc., you can do that as well. So as of now, I'm not using any. I'm just creating the component. And over here, as soon as I have opened the component, these are the base tags over our component. Like in the Visualforce pages, we were having the Apex page tags. And at the right hand side, we will not do any code today, but we will just go through the things which are available in the Lightning bundle. So as I have just explained in the previous slide, there is one component. This is the component which would be basically created when you create it, and you can just create this particular component as a Visualforce page. You can see the preview for that, and ultimately your component can be created using this particular part only. All other things are optional, but better to use. Then comes the controller. If you just click on this controller, it would automatically create the controller with the name. Just it will add the controller word on the name of your component. Like my first component, it will create my first component controller.js. And this is the by default way it will basically pass the component, event, and helper in this particular controller, which would basically be used. And it is the client-side controller which would be written in JavaScript. Then if you want to create any helper as well to this controller, so any JavaScript methods, if you just click on this, it will create the helper for you. And if you want to create any methods which you want to call from this particular JavaScript controller, you can write over here, which can be reused in your component. Then comes, so this is the basically style. So if you click on this, it would be opening the CSS file for you. So you can see the extension is .css, and you can define if you want to give the component's background as red or some other color, or you want to define that this particular tag, for example h1 tag or div tag, whatever tag, if you want to give any particular style to those particular tags, you can give using this css file. Then comes the documentation. If you just click on documentation, this documentation file would be created, and in these are the tags for that. And in the Aura documentation, you can define the description, you can define the example and example description. So you can define over here, and you can create a documentation, and a particular URL would be available on Salesforce where the documentation can be seen for your components. So that can be provided to your customer, and anytime they want to refer to anything which you have created, so a proper type of documentation would be automatically available to them in Salesforce itself. Then comes the renderer. If you just click on this, the render file would create. That is also a JS file. And if you want to, there are basically 4 methods over here in the renderer. You can re-render the component itself. You can render some other component on the basis of any event on my component, or you can unrender. So these kind of options you can use in the renderer. Then comes the design. Design, as I was telling, that don't confuse it with the CSS design. That is a completely different thing. We are doing this styling over there. In the design, basically, we are defining that whenever I have created a component, on that particular component, if I want to define some values on the go. So if I will just open a particular account record, and I'll just go to the edit page. So by default it will open the app builder for you. So you can see for any component, so whenever I am opening any component, for example this is a component, this is a small component, that is highlights panel by default, which is available from Salesforce. And at the right hand side, whenever I am selecting any component, at the right hand side you are seeing few options that show as collapse, hide follow, unfollow button. Or if I will go to this component, so here I am not seeing anything. For example, I am going to this component, so you will be able to see the options for changing the tab, default tab, add any tab, etc. So like that, you are having some particular fields which you can configure over here itself. So whenever you are creating any custom component and dragging over here, and for those components, if you want to give some options over here that what particular values can be changed, and which would ultimately impact on my component itself, that can be done using this design option. So in design, you can define basically whatever options you want to give, on the basis of which it would be ultimately changing, and ultimately it will change for you. The last one is SVG. If you just click on this, you will be able to see that it has created an SVG file in the XML format. And here you can basically defining that custom icon for your component. So for example, these are the components, and you can see there are different icons available for each of the component. These are the small icons. For path it is like that, list view it is like that. So these are different icons which are available. By default, definitely Salesforce gives lightning kind of icon, but if for your component, if you want to create a custom icon, that you can create using this SVG file. So basically, whenever you are creating the components, as per my experience, you are basically using the component, you are using the controller, you are using the helper. Sometimes you are using the style, because basically it is also not much used, because ultimately Salesforce Lightning system gives you Lightning UI, which is quite comfortable and quite good UI. But if you want to change it, that would be used. Documentation can be used, yes, but ultimately these first three components which are mostly used whenever you are creating any component. The other components are good to use, but it is like not much used when you are writing any components. But now we know that what all resources does what and how we can create a complete Lightning component. Okay. So Aura framework we have already talked about. So this is the base framework which would be basically used for developing the apps for our mobile and desktop devices. And the Lightning component framework which we are talking about, that is basically built on the open source Aura framework, and the complete Lightning which you are using, the Lightning version of Salesforce which we are using, that is also built on the open source Aura framework itself. And this is basically a JavaScript UI framework, which I have told, which is maintained by the Salesforce itself. And this is a different component based and app centric application which is being created using the Aura framework itself. And on the client side, using the front end, and basically Java is basically used at the server side backend. So whenever in the background of the Aura framework, ultimately Java is used. Then it is basically defining the component bundle only. So we have already talked about, we have not talked about application. Apart from that, we have talked about component, controller, helper, style, documentation, the renderer, SVG. So we have talked about all these. What is the application? So when you will go to create the Lightning component, you will be able, you will be having one more option to create Lightning application as well. So if you click on this, you can create a Lightning application over there. So what is the difference between application and component, first of all? So component, we have just talked about that this is just a part of a page. So on a page, for example, this is one page. On this page, I want to show some components, or one component, one or more components you can use. So for that, you need to create an application first. You cannot directly use a component and show over here. For example, there are multiple tabs for accounts, contacts, opportunities, etc. And I am creating a custom component. I cannot put a custom component directly over here as a custom tab. You need to create a custom application, the Lightning application first. In that application, you will add your component which you have created, and that application you can create as a tab over here. And whenever you click on that particular tab, the application opens. Ultimately, in that particular application, your component would open. If you are using one component, that one component would open in the complete page. If you are using multiple components, then it can be like this kind of view can be there, that there are multiple components on single page, but ultimately it would be contained in the application itself. So that's why the application would be used in the Lightning component. Then comes the advantages. So we have already talked about much advantages for that. Basically, Lightning component is a client server framework in the multi-tier architecture, and in the mobile app it would be used. It is event-driven architecture. It is having faster development with improved performance, and the compatibility is automatically taken care using the Lightning system itself. So this we have already talked about. Then comes the events. So as I was telling, that there are basically two types of events available in Salesforce in Lightning framework. One is application event and another is component event. So application event is basically, if you had talked about the publish subscribe model that is traditionally available. So what is publish subscribe model? That one particular say component or one particular part of your application would be broadcasting events to all other components of that particular application. So that particular one component would be publishing any changes, any events, and all other whoever want to use it, it would be ultimately broadcasted to all the parts of your application, all the components of the application. and whichever component want to use that particular event, particular part, he would be basically subscribing for that particular message, which would be broadcasted by the source component. So that is the way, that is the type of event that is called application event. Ultimately, an event would be fired from an application and all the components would be notified, and whoever want to use that would ultimately subscribe to it. And we are having some frameworks. Framework is basically giving you the option like bubble and capture phase. So I will talk about what are bubble and capture phase. Before that, let us talk about application event and component event. In the application event, the syntax is regular aura event. Type, you need to define application or component over here. Here I am defining application, and then you can define multiple attributes and you can close the tag aura event, and it will ultimately create the events and fire the events for you. Then comes the component event. In the component event, the difference is that component event is basically talking to the self component as well, or different components can talk with each other. For example, there is component 1, component 2, component 3. Three components are there, and component 1 want to fire an event to the component 2, and component 2 want to fire an event to component 3. So for that, a component event would be used, and it is also supporting the capture and bubble phases I will talk about. And the syntax for that is aura event type component, and we are having the attributes. So Salesforce is suggesting you should use the component events mostly because it would basically faster, and it would be basically using the one component to another component communication only. So it would ultimately use less bandwidth and would be faster. But in application event, because it would be ultimately broadcasting the complete and broadcasting and firing the event to the all components which are available, even if a particular event is not, a particular component is not using that particular event, then also it is ultimately broadcasting it to everybody. So it is consuming more bandwidth. So suggestion from the Salesforce that you should use the component events itself. Now comes the bubble and capture phase. What are the bubble and capture phase? For example, I am using any application event. Say there is one application and one. So there are like this multiple components are there, and there is one source application. So if you want to go through from the source using an event, it would be firing an event, and it would be basically using firing the event for the component 1. It would ultimately go to the component 2, it would ultimately go to the component 3. In this serial way, if we are using some structure in the serial way, which will ultimately goes from application to component 1, component 1 to component 2, component 2 to component 3 using the events, that would be basically use the bubble phase. Basically, this is called the bubble phase. And if you are basically using the component 3 as a source, and which would ultimately goes to the application, and then from application to component 1 to component 1 to component 2, component 2 to component 3, that would ultimately called capture phase. So the difference is basically if you are serially going from application to different components, that would be bubble phase. And if you're going from a source component to source application first, and from that you are again going to the serially to all the components, that is basically called the capture phase. So when we will be taking the examples, so in the coding language you will be understanding that way. So as of now, just understand theoretically that what are the application and component events and what are the bubble and capture phases over here. Then comes basically decide when lightning experience is right for your organization. So for example, your organization is using the classic version of your application of Salesforce and you want to move to Lightning. So first of all, definitely you need to define if my organization is ready to use Lightning experience or not. So first of all, we need to define, we need to think about definitely Lightning experience, the future of the Salesforce. The classic version is already started getting deprecated and the support would be basically available for Lightning only in future. That every organization need to think about if your organization is thinking of moving to the Lightning experience. It is a new UI UX and the addition of Salesforce where clients can basically access the Salesforce Einstein. So Salesforce Einstein is also a product of Salesforce, which basically using the AI and AI capabilities and providing you automatic kind of recommendations or these kind of things would be available in that particular product. So that would only these new things which are being created, the Salesforce Einstein, the AI capabilities, and the blockchain is also coming into Salesforce now. Machine learning we are using. So the new things which are coming in Salesforce, which are being developed, those are basically developed on the Lightning experience only. Those are not available in the classic version. Then definitely Lightning is designed to be more visually appealing with a good UI, and it would be mobile responsive and intuitive in relaying the information and streamlining processes across your devices. So it would be basically streamlining the process and relaying the information to all your devices automatically. You need not to worry about that, and the browsers as well. And definitely customer would be having the good experience when they will be using the Lightning as a platform and identifying the customer moments to drive the best experience on that part. Then comes the as Lightning support the Sales Cloud, and in the Sales Cloud, as we were talking about the Salesforce Einstein. So in the Salesforce Einstein, there is one option of lead scoring. So what Salesforce Einstein does, it basically does the lead scoring automatically by discovering the patterns which are created by your users. Say some data profiles are created and how they are using, what are their using behaviors. So Salesforce Einstein would ultimately look after, understands those behaviors, and on those behaviors and data, whatever is being entered, the lead scoring is being done. That which particular lead you need to prioritize, which would ultimately give you the better results. Those can be done. Those would be done automatically using the Salesforce Einstein in the Sales Cloud, but in the Lightning experience only. It will not be available in the Classic. And definitely, Salesforce customers are they have to ultimately transition to Lightning because ultimately they want to use the AI capabilities or Einstein, etc. Then definitely they have to move to the Lightning itself. So these are the few things. Definitely there can be more reasons to decide for a company that they want to move to the Lightning experience or not. These are the few basic points, which means a kind of thinking would be starting by these basic points, that if my organization want to move to Lightning or not. Then there are basic best practices while learning the Lightning. So we are already learning it using trailheads, using the trainings, Lightning app builder, etc. So this we are already doing. So today's is the short class, and we will talk about a bit more about the Lightning. We will talk about the domain management, how we create the domain, etc., how to enable the Lightning, how to create the domain, subdomain, and how to create the namespace. What is namespace? What is CSS? How we use the CSS in our Lightning components, and how we use the static resources in Lightning as well, which we have used in Visualforce pages as well. So first of all, what is domain management? So domain, all of you must be knowing that if you are having any website and you need to write a particular URL for opening that particular website. So that URL, what you are creating, that is ultimately called a domain. So www.google.com is a domain. www.genbex.com is a domain. So these are all the domains. So in Salesforce also, when we have created the org, so you must have seen that the URL of our Salesforce org is saying some instance like na174.lightning.force.com like this. It is not having any particular domain. So this is the domain. If you want to give a specific name, maybe for branding as well, if you are having a big organization, it should have the actual name of the some name of the organization should also reflect in your URL. So for that purpose, there is an option that is called domain management. So you can create your own domain in the Salesforce universe, and it is basically a Salesforce identity which basically get your organization personalized by giving a domain on the Salesforce. So domain would be basically, for example, your organization name is PNG, Procter and Gamble. So you can give png.my.salesforce.com or procterandgamble.my.salesforce.com like that. Ultimately, it would be subdomain, not a domain actually, because domain would be procterandgamble.com. This it is a subdomain on the Salesforce, so it would be procterandgamble.my.salesforce.com like that. So salesforce.com would be attached to it, and the subdomain on the Salesforce would be your organization name like that. Apart from that, when you configure the domains in your organization, it would be mandatory to configure the domain before using the Lightning into your org actually. So that is also one more reason you need to create the domains, and due to some more reasons, it is like Lightning, etc. It is mandatory to create the domain so that you can ultimately go ahead with your development stuff and all. So apart from that, whenever you are hosting any communities, the customer communities, any Lightning platform, any site.com, sites, etc., at that time you need to create a domain as well. So it is also saying that such as n30.salesforce.com, it is the basic URL you are having, like we are having na174. Then you can change it to ultimately your name, your organization name .my.salesforce.com. This would be the ultimate subdomain URL which can be created using the domain management. So how we create the domain? So let us go to the org, and we go to the setup. In setup, we search for my domain. So our my domain screen is open. So you can see over here, it is giving you the steps for creating the domain. First of all, you need to choose the domain name. Then the domain registration would happen, and once it is ready for testing, next it is a stage, and finally you can deploy it to all the users of your organization. So first of all, you need to identify what should be your domain name. So as it is developer edition, so it would be your domain name -dev-ed.my.salesforce.com. When it would be the actual organization, the production, etc., it would be domain name .my.salesforce.com. So here, let us search if Janbask is available. So we'll do the check availability. So it is saying yes, it is available. So you can just click on register domain. So you can see it is now saying registering your domain, and the status has been changed to registration pending, and you will receive an email when it is ready for testing. So we need to wait for a couple of minutes, and then it would be ready for testing and we can deploy it to the users. Okay, so as of now, not, let us wait for 1 minute. So ultimately, you need to select the subdomain, check availability, and then you need to register domain, and email would come when your domain would be basically registered, and then you can move ahead and deploy it to the users as well. So once we receive the email, so we'll go ahead for doing the next steps. So you can see it is here it is saying what I was just telling, that you must set up a custom domain to use Lightning components in Lightning component tab, Lightning pages, Lightning app builder, and standalone apps. So this we have already done. we have just used one domain and checked the availability, and right now we are waiting at this stage. Once it is registered, then we will go into this stage, domain ready for testing, and we would be having one button, deploy to users. If we click on it, domain would be deployed. So next screen would be basically settings for your domain. So it is basically, the important one is the login policy, that you can prevent login from the login.salesforce.com if you check this particular option. So right now we are logging with the login.salesforce.com only. If you check this option, then from this URL, the users of my organization will not be able to log into the org. They need to use the URL which we have just created, the domain we have just created. And so domain name is ready. So registration is done, and it is now at next stage, that is domain ready for testing. Here you can see we are having the login option. So you can just click on login for testing it. So now you can see the URL. URL is genbase-dev-ed.my.salesforce.com. So this would be your URL, because now we are in Lightning version. So it ultimately redirect to genbase-ed dev-ed.lightning.first.com automatically. So you can see now it would be your personalized domain for your org actually. And apart from that, if you go ahead, you will be able to see few options, that what would be the login page type, if it would be standard, or you need to create some custom login page, and what is the authentication service, etc. So these would be basic options. And so you can see after login, you will be able to see the deploy to users option as well. If you click on deploy to users, so ultimately it would be deployed to all the users of your organization. And now we are having some settings like login policy. If you want to prevent login from login.salesforce.com, if you check this, user will not be able to log in through the login.salesforce.com. He always need to use this particular URL only, genbase-dev-ed.my.salesforce.com, like that. If you uncheck, then he will be able to log in to login.salesforce.com as well. Ultimately, it is done for the branding purposes, because it can be the reason that people has bookmarked the old URL in their PCs, and if you restrict that user cannot log in it using login.salesforce.com, in that case it can be a problem for some of the users because they have bookmarked it. So you can give a redirect policy as well, that if the user is having bookmark and he is going into the previous URL, then automatically redirect to this particular domain, or redirect with a warning also it gives, and then after giving the warning, it redirect to the domain page as well. And the last option is don't redirect, that you need to use the specific domain name URL only. That's all. And apart from that, there is one more thing suddenly came into my mind, that this particular instance also gets changed as well when you refresh your org. So basically it comes into the sandboxes and all, not into the developer sandbox. So while we were talking about sandbox, so in sandbox, you need to refresh it for getting the latest metadata and data. So when you do that in time, the instance can also be changed. So that would be a problem. So ultimately, it would be good to create the my domain so that you can use this particular domain only for every time in your organization. This is how we can create the domain. So now my domain is ready and I can use it without any issues. So if we go ahead, so it is basically telling when you receive the email, there would be a link to going into the my domain wizard, and when you click on that, you will go to the Salesforce org, and basically your browser address would be showing the new subdomain name at that time only. And when you log in, what we have done just now, after login, you will be able to do the deploy to users option as well. Okay, so next comes is the CSS part. So we have talked about a bit about the Lightning components. So in the Lightning components, in the Lightning bundle, there were multiple options. There was one option of style as well, that how we can define the CSS. So here we will talk about a bit about what is CSS, and we'll take a small example so that you will be understanding the CSS part. So I think while you have done HTML at that time, you may have done CSS as well. If in case you have not worked on that, so basically what is CSS? CSS is a cascading style sheets, and it is basically very old kind of language. When we were using HTMLs for creating the websites and all, at that time also it was existing. And right now in our Lightning components, in Lightning bundle, we are having one option of style, where we basically use the CSS only. So it is basically a markup language which basically gives better look to your web pages. It basically controls if you want to give any background color, any fonts, layouts to your different elements of the website. For example, you have an element div, or you have an element li. So in that you can give separate type of style you can give to your text or your part of elements. So basically you need to you can improve the appearance of your web pages, whatever you are creating, or Lightning components and all. So basically fonts, colors, layouts, etc., whatever presentable you want to make, you can do it using the CSS. Let us take a small example. So yeah, this was the component, my first component we have created. So in this component, if I just want to give a very rough idea how CSS works, we will talk about components in further classes as well, how we do the coding, how we use the events, etc. So that would be a detailed part. We will talk about how CSS works over here. So let us say in the component, I am just using some HTML tags, nothing else. Like say there's a div component, and in the style, in the CSS file, I will define some of the classes, and on the class basis there would be color change, maybe background color change, etc. So say I will give a class to this div as white, which I will define in the my CSS file. And in this div, let us say I just want to say nothing else, and say there is a tag h2, and in that h2 tag I'm just writing the check out the style, and I'm not giving any class over here. Okay, then for example I want to create some list of elements, and I'm giving a class, say red. In the same way, I'm giving two more list items with two different classes. This is the class name. So these are the class names, not the color names. Okay, you can give any other class name as well over here, whatever you want to write. So once I have done, so this is my very small component where I have just used some of the HTML components. And now I'll go to the my style sheet, that is the CSS file which we have created on that day as well. So you can see that this is basically giving a small syntax, this, nothing else. So what is dot this? Whatever you will write in this particular scope, that would apply to your complete component. And then you can write for different classes as well. How we can write that? For example, if I want to set a background color, say gray, so this would basically apply to the complete component. That background color of the complete component would be gray in this case. Now, whatever classes I have defined, so how I can define that? Dot is dot white, like that. And here I can define the background color, or if I want to define some font as etc., that also I can define over here. So say white. In the same way, I want to give this dot, say red, the next class I have defined. Let us say background color red. Same way blue, and in the same way the last one, that is green. So I have just taken the example of background color as well. In all of the classes you can use multiple things like defining the font color, font size, background color, etc. So I'm saving it. So basically what should it do? It should be having a background color of gray by default, where you're using these classes white, red, blue and green. The background color should change accordingly. So you can see over here. Now, how we will see the preview of this particular component? We cannot see the preview over here in the Lightning component like we were doing in the Visualforce page. In the Visualforce page, we would be able to do the preview on the page itself, but in the component, we are not having any option. So how we do take the preview? For that, we need to create a Lightning application. Say Lightning application would be my first application. And if I submit it, so in this application, you can see all other things are same, just one additional box is showing over here, that is saying preview. So you can see and view the preview only on the application, not on the component. So component is, so why it is that the component is just a part of your application. So component you can use in any of the Lightning pages, any of the Lightning builder, etc. You can use over there. So ultimately, one place is required for Lightning component to exist. So when you have created the Lightning component and you want to see the preview, because there is no place where you have put that particular component. So for that, you need to create a particular application. Even if you don't want to use the application in the actual org, maybe it can be the way that on a existing standard page you want to use that particular component and you don't want the application for that particular component as well. Then also for viewing the preview, maybe you need to create a dummy application which maybe you will not use in future as well. So here the syntax is Aura application, and in these tags we will just call our component which we have just created, nothing else. So for that, what is the syntax? We need to just define C, that means component, and I need to give the name of the component, say my first component. That's all. So this is our application has been created, which is calling our component, and we can see the preview over here. So you can see our preview says, so our preview says that hello HTML, the background color should be white, that is white. Then in H2 we have not defined any class, so it is gray because by default we have defined as background color as gray, and then red, blue and green, that is the background colors which are coming in the li elements. One more things come in the Lightning application. So in the application you can extend some of the features over here as well. So say in this case I want to extend force.slds. So we have talked about SLDS, that is Salesforce Lightning Design System. So if you, in the Visualforce page also, we have applied the style sheets for that purpose, Lightning style sheets. We have made that true. So if you make this extends force.slds, in that case, it would give a better view in line with the lightning view. So it has improved the view automatically and applied the Salesforce Lightning Design System preview over here in this particular application. Okay, so this is the way how we create a small component, and we use the CSS over here. Okay, it was straightforward, so I don't think any question is there. So we can move forward. So next is creating a namespace in your organization. So first of all, what is a namespace? So basically, namespace is giving a name to your package. For example, you have created some of the components, some Apex classes, some objects, some fields, etc. Some whatever metadata you have created, and that is a part of an application which you want to deploy to the App Exchange, or you want to create it as a managed package, which can be as it is installed in some other organizations as well. For example, we have also installed one application from App Exchange the other day, or we can install some other apps as well. So in that case, what happens in the App Exchange, whatever application is there, we have seen that day as well when we were talking about App Exchange, that this particular app is containing so and so objects, for example, 10 objects, 20 custom fields, 10 Apex classes, 2 triggers. So like that, it was defining that these all things are available in this particular package, in this particular app. So for that, you need to create a package. For example, you want to create an app which you want to deploy to the App Exchange. So you have created some of the metadata components like Apex classes, triggers, process builders, etc. And you will package those all things in a single package that is called managed package. So there are two type of packages in Salesforce, managed and unmanaged. So for deploying it to App Exchange, also the managed package would be required. And when you are creating that, you need to give a namespace for prefix for those classes as well, so that there would be a uniqueness on your metadata. For example, you have created one metadata, my Apex class, and you want to deploy it to the App Exchange. You can see that it can happen that same name of the class has been given by some other developer as well, who want to deploy it to the App Exchange. So to make it unique, there should be a namespace, and namespace is always unique across all the organizations. So you need to define a namespace so that even if the name of your Apex class or any other metadata is same, still your namespace differentiates with each other that this particular Apex class or this particular metadata belongs to you. So that's why we create the namespace. So now we see how we create the namespace. So basically this is also telling if you are not creating managed packages for distribution, then registering a namespace prefix is not required. Only in the case of managed package it is required. So how you create it? Basically it begins with the letter. There should be 15 alphanumeric characters, and there should not be 2 consecutive underscores. So for example, this my np123 and my underscore np, these are the valid namespaces, but as it should start from the letter, this would be not a valid namespace, that is 123, because it is starting from a numeric value, and in this name we are having 2 underscores, consecutive underscores, which is also not allowed. So this is also not valid. So how we create it? Let us go to the setup, and in the setup, let us search for package. So you will be having one option that is called package manager. So in the package manager, if you click on package manager over here, so here you will be able to see few settings, few of the developer settings and the packages as well. So you can create the package over here. So here it is definition also showing a package contains components such as apps, objects, reports, email templates. These packages can be uploaded to share with others privately or posted on App Exchange, share publicly. The list below displays all packages created by your organization. So when you create a new package, you can just give the package name, and once you have given the package name, let me show you as well. So my package, and I'm just clicking on save. So here in this package, you will be able to see that package has been created, that is of type unmanaged as of now, and you can add the components over here. So if you click on add, you will be able to see that what all components are there. If I want to create, add some Apex classes, I'll just select Apex classes, select it, and I'll add to the package. So this would be added. Now I want to add some other component. Say I want to add some lightning page. So these two I want to add to package. So like that, you can create a package over here with all the components, and you can see the dependencies as well. Whatever packages you have added, you can see the dependencies. So you can see there is one dependency over here. So you want to, if you want to add it as well, you can just go to the add button and add this as well. So this is the same way. On the other day, we couldn't see the change sets as well. So in the change sets also, this is the similar screen would be available on the change set when you will create a change set for the deployment, and you want to add the components. In the same way the screen would be there, you will be having one add button, and when you click on add button, you can select which all components you want to deploy and select like this. And ultimately, when you create a change set and deploy, ultimately in the background, unmanaged package is created, which is being deployed to the next org only. So in the same way, you can add and view the dependencies as well, that which all components are there which are dependent to each other. For example, you have added one Apex class. In that Apex class, you are using some 2 or 3 custom fields, and you have not deployed those custom fields yet, so it will show as a dependencies. So you can add those custom fields as well into your package. So in this way, your package gets created. And we were talking about namespace. So if you go into this developer settings and click on edit, so here you will be able to see the basic details about the namespace and all. So it is basically telling that a namespace prefix distinguishes your package and its contents from those of other developers, is unique across the Salesforce.com organizations. It ensures your exclusive control of all the package components, and it automatically prepends to all components. So whatever managed package name namespace you give, in all the components, whatever name you have given, it automatically prepend this namespace to all those components, and it never changes. Then if you click on continue, so here you will be able to see that what namespace prefix you want to give. So for example, say my app name is Janbask app. This I want to give, and I want to check the availability. Yes, it is available. And then you need to define which package you want to manage using this namespace. So if you as of now you don't want to specify any package as of now, you can just use none, and you can just create namespace as well. And if you want to create it specifically for some package which I have just created, for example, you choose that package and just go and review. this particular package. So it is saying this namespace, and this is the package which needs to be used, and save it. So when you have saved it, so your namespace has been created and it is applied to your package, that is my package over here. So whenever you use this particular package or deploy to your say app exchange, in that time it would be basically it would be having the namespace that we have just created, that is Zendesk app. So ultimately your each name would be Zendesk app dot account creation, Zendesk app dot DHL utility bar, like that. It would be unique in that way. And you can see the type is automatically changed to managed now. So when we have created, it was unmanaged, and now when you have created the namespace, it is managed now, and you can deploy it to the other orgs directly or deploy it to the App Exchange as well. Okay, so now next slide is basically coming back to CSS. When the CSS we have already talked about, so there are basically three types of CSS over here. One is internal, one is external, one is inline. So when you must have used HTML, so you must be knowing and you have used these things. So internal CSS is basically whenever you are writing HTML tag, in that you are using a style tag in HTML, and in between your code itself in the head section of your HTML document, and in style you are writing the CSS component like we have just written in our style sheet in the lightning component. So if you're using within the HTML code with the style tag, then it would be called internal CSS. Then comes the inline CSS. So inline CSS is basically giving a style attribute to inside your tags. For example, the tag you're using like h2 or div, and in that particular tag itself, you are writing the style attribute and defining some component. For example, font color, background color, etc. So that is called inline CSS. And external CSS is if you are creating a separate sheet that is .css file. In that case, it would be called basically an external CSS. In that case, you create a CSS file and you can upload that CSS file in the static resources as well. And that particular file you can include in your Lightning component, so that style of CSS file would be applicable to your Lightning components. So these are the basic types of CSS. Then comes the static resource. So we have already talked about static resource when we were talking about the Visualforce pages. So you can create any static resource and you can use those resources in your Visualforce pages. And in the same way, you can use these in your Lightning component as well. You can just create a static resource. So we have talked about previously that how we can create the static resources. You just go to the setup and we go to static resources and you just click on new, and you can upload. For example, for jQuery we have created one, or you can create any static resource for zip file as well. For example, you are having multiple say images, so you can have one zip file and you can just click on new and choose that particular zip file with all the images, and you can refer those images within zip file using your code as well. So by that way, so you can create zip files, jar files, images, any of the style sheets, JavaScript, or other files you can create as a static resources. And these are basically managed and distributed by Lightning platform, which basically acts as CDN, that is called Content Distribution Network. And these are basically referenced with the $resource global variable, which we have used in Visualforce pages as well. So in the Visual Force, we were using URL for as well. We have taken the example for that. In the Lightning, what is the syntax? So it is basically in Lightning, if I have say uploaded zip file and I want to use one image out of that zip file, in that case, how I can use that? Say I'm using image tag. I want to give source of that image tag, and because it is in the static resource, so it would be dollar resource dot, then you define the namespace if you are having any namespace, uh, and after that two underscores, and you need to define the file name, that is your zip file for which you have created a uh, static resource. And once this is done, then you need to define the image name which is existing inside the zip file. For example, inside zip file there is a folder called images in which there are multiple images which are available. So you will use slash images slash logo dot jpg or whatever the file name is, like this. So this is the syntax for using it in the Lightning. So very similar to Visual Force page, but a bit of differences are there. And if you want to use, you have created some icon using the SVG file, then you can use SVG as well over here. Okay, I think in the PPT also you are having some examples. So we have already talked about how we create the static resource and upload the static resources. Yeah, so it is telling one example as well. So download the current version of jQuery. So while we were talking about jQuery, we have talked about this, and this latest jQuery file, we can create a static resource. Go to static resource and choose the jQuery file, and you can just save it. In that way, it would be created. Yeah, so this slide is telling us some of the examples. So it basically tells us that $resource global value provider lets you reference images, style sheets, JavaScript code, whatever you have uploaded in the static resources. And these are the basic examples that in the Aura component tag, you will use image, src is equal to $resource dot generic profile dot svg. What is this? So we have talked about svg previously. So SVG is if you want to create some custom icon for your apps, etc. So if you have created any SVG file, so that also you can use as image over here. So that you can use by $resource dot the name of the SVG file. Or if you have given any namespace, then you use the namespace name underscore underscore SVG file. And in the same way, for example, your graphics is a zip file which you have uploaded in the static resource, and this would be $resource dot your graphics plus images slash whatever the file name is, the image name is. And in the same way, if you are having the namespace, you just define your namespace underscore underscore the file name, the zip file name, and slash images or whatever folder name is slash file name. So in that case, you can use the static resources. So very straightforward. And there is one more tag actually, LTNG require. So if you want to add this particular tag that you can use, so we will talk about this in further class. So basically in the component, if you want to add the styles and scripts, etc. In a single component, in that case, you can use LTNG require. So we will talk about it more in the later class. So today we will talk about how to create the Lightning resources using console and create Aura components in the developer console, what is lightning component, what are interfaces in the lightning, what are lightning events, what is a lightning application. So a few of things we have already talked about as well in the previous classes, and we will talk about a little bit in detail regarding these things. As we have seen while in the previous classes, while creating the lightning component in the developer console, we have seen that there are few options available, few lightning resources available which we can create from developer console, which are basically lightning application, lightning component, lightning interface, lightning event, and lightning tokens. So basically, if we go to the developer console, so we can see that if we go to new, we are having few options to create the lightning resources. One is lightning application. We have already talked about it, that if we want to create a lightning application, we can create this. And for previewing any of the component, creating the lightning application is mandatory. Without that, you will not be able to preview lightning component as well. Then comes lightning component, which is the base component, which is having the lightning component bundle as well, which is having few options to create. So we have talked about that. We will go through about it again today. Then there are three more options. One is lightning interface, lightning event, and lightning tokens. So these are kind of custom interface events if we want to create. Definitely, while creating the component, we are definitely having some standard interfaces or standard events which we can use. For example, the standard event which is already available, that is on click, etc. So those events are already available, which we can use while creating the lightning component. While creating the Visualforce pages, also we have used those events. But lightning provides a additional functionality that you can create the custom lightning events as well. So by using this functionality, you can create the lightning events. Lightning interface, whenever you implement any interface in your component. So normally you implement the standard interfaces. For example, we will talk about some standard interfaces as well today. For example, if you want to make your app as hostable, that it should be hosted on your Salesforce, and you would be able to create a Lightning tab for your Lightning component which you have just created. So for that, you need to implement a standard Lightning interface that is called app hostable. So that is standard which is available. But if you want to create a custom interface, you can go with this option and you can create the Lightning interface as well. And what is the interface? That is basically containing the definition of your attributes, events, and methods in the Lightning interface. And when you implement that, you will actually do the coding for those particular parts. So Lightning interface basically contains three things, can contain three things. So creating a Lightning interface is simple. You just need to click on create new Lightning interface, give some name like this, and in the interface you can start coding. So it would be basically having the basic tag for this would be Aura interface. And within Aura interface, you can use three tags. One is Aura attribute, another is Aura register event, and third is Aura method. So Aura attribute basically gives you the attribute, the parameters which you want to create over here, which you want to pass into the interface. Second one is register event. If you want to register any event which you can register through this interface, and it would be only defined over there in the interface, but actual work of register event would be done in your component, so that where you are implementing this particular interface. And last is the method. If you want to create any method, so you can define in this interface, and actual coding you can do in your component. So these are few advanced options for doing the coding. Normally you would not be requiring this because the standard interfaces, standard events which are provided by Salesforce, those are itself quite exhaustive, and most of the applications would be created by using those standard interfaces, standard events only. But we are having the option to create the user custom lightning events as well. So once you have created the interface, how you can implement into your component. So basically, just in the base tag or a component, you need to use implements is equal to. Then you need to define if you are having any namespace, then my namespace column, whatever is your interface name. So like that, you can implement your interface, and whatever methods you have defined over there, you can do the coding for that into your component. So like that, you can create it. The next is the Aura tokens. So Aura tokens are basically used for defining the key and value pairs for your CSS components. For example, you want to define that what all CSS options needs to be used, can be used while creating the My Lightning component. Then you can use the Aura tokens, and in that you can define the CSS values using name and value via name and value methods, key and value pairs kind of. And once you have created the token, this token you can use in CSS. So I'll take a very small example for this as well. So for example, say I want to create one lightning token. So you can see the base tag is Aura tokens, and in that you can define different tokens for your CSS file. For example, you want to give some parameters for the font, that what should be your font and what should be your weight of your font, like that. So for that, you will be having different tags, and in this particular tokens file, you will only be able to use one tag, that is Aura token, and within Aura tokens, it would be available. So like this, Aura token name is equal to, say, whatever name I want to give to this particular token, say my body text font face, and what is the value, what can be the value for this particular token. I want to pass multiple fonts in this, say Arial or sans serif. So whatever I want to pass, I can pass using the comma separated values over here, and like this, one token has created. If I want to create another token, so it will be another Aura token name is equal to, say, my body text font weight, like this, and I want to give a value to this, say value, say normal. Okay, and like this, whatever style CSS components I want to pass over here, background color, etc., whatever things, I can create the tokens for that. So my token value is created, and now I can just go to my CSS file. So in this CSS file, for example, I want to use this particular token. So for example, for the tag P, that is the in HTML we are having a P tag, that is paragraph tag. So if I want to give some styling to that tag, so I will just use this P and whenever in my code I'm using p tag, there should be a font family I want to define that can be token, and I can pass it over here. My body text font is like that. Yeah. And in the same way, say I want to give a font weight as well. So it would be font weight, say token, and my body text font weight. So like that, I can use these tokens what I have just created in CSS. So ultimately, these tokens are created as a name and value. We can create multiple tokens, and those style components basically you can use in your CSS files. So fail to save my first component CSS no tokens named markup then must not be called tokens found. Okay, so it is not able to find the tokens which I have just defined. Okay, due to some reason it is not able to find it. So I'll go through it that why this particular token it is not able to find, and we'll let you know on this part as well. But I think you would got a basic idea that how you need to create it. You can create the tokens and you can use those tokens which you have created as a key value pair in your CSS files as well. So these we have covered the application, component, interface, event, and tokens. And while creating the Lightning resource, the Lightning component, well, you are having the Lightning component bundle, which we have talked about earlier as well, that we would be having few options to create at the right hand side of the Lightning component, which would be the Lightning controller, helper, style, documentation, renderer, design, and SVG. So we have talked about these in detail earlier. So today, let us go through quickly about this. So controller is the client-side controller, that is the JavaScript controller, which would be available for against your component. Then comes the helper. So whatever component you are creating, if you want to create any helper file, this is also a JS helper file, that is JavaScript helper file. So whatever methods or functions you want to write and reuse it at multiple places, you can create a helper class and put those functions over there and call those functions using your component. And these are all optional things in the bundle, you know. You can create a very basic component by only writing the code in component as well. Third option is style, that is the CSS file. If you want to give UI styling to your component, you can do it using style sheet. And then comes the documentation. If you want to, regarding your application, regarding your component, if you want to give a documentation description about your component, sample code you want to give, so you can create a documentation as well and provide to the customer, easy to go with. Then comes the renderer. In the renderer, if you want to re-render your component, if there is some update or some particular event you want to re-render your own component or some other component on the page as well, you can use this option. There would be few methods for rendering the component, so same component or some other components as well. You can use this option. Then comes the design. Design is basically, don't confuse with style. Style is the CSS formatting of your component. Design is if you want to means give some options in the Lightning app builder whenever you are creating a Lightning app builder, and in that you are putting the component, or you are going to the Lightning pages and you are putting your custom Lightning component over there. So definitely there would be some options which you can configure over there. So the options you want to give to the user for configuration, at the time of adding your component to Lightning Builder. So those things you can create using the design part in your component bundle. And the last one is SVG, that was used for the custom icon you want to create for your component. Okay. So next one is how to create the Aura component in developer console. This we have already seen earlier as well, that we need to just go to the developer console, and if I go to developer console and I will close all tabs, so I'll just go to new and go to Lightning component, and I can just create my component and submit. So like that, you will be able to create your component, and you can create any of the options in the bundle just by clicking at the right hand side over here, and your own controller, helper, style sheet, documentation, renderer, design, SVG, etc. would be created, and you can start coding right away. So this is explaining the same thing, that how you can create your Aura component. And these configurations are basically available in the developer console. And whenever you are creating a component or application for a specific purpose, like Lightning page, Lightning communities, or a quick action or navigation item, so you can create it using the developer console. For different purposes, there would be different interfaces available which you can implement using the standard interface which are available. So it would be easier to create the Lightning page or Lightning communities or quick action. So that we will talk about today, that what all interfaces are available which you can implement into your components, and what are the meaning of those actually. So this is just telling about that those configurations only, that you can do the basic configurations when you create your component or application bundle, and those configurations would define that you can use this particular Lightning component at what place for what specific purpose. For example, putting this on a Lightning page, putting this on a Lightning communities page, or using your Lightning component in the quick action you have created. Then it is basically telling us the definition about the Lightning components. Basically, it is a UI framework for developing web apps for mobile and desktop both. And this would be basically creating the single page applications. We have talked about single page applications and app centric applications as well. So in Lightning, we are having single page applications with basically dynamic responsive user interfaces for the Lightning platform apps on mobile and desktop both. So it is basically having the JavaScript on the client side and Apex on the server side. Okay, one more important thing, the Lightning components which we are talking about, these are having two different programming models. The first model is the Aura components, which we are right now talking about. The Lightning components we are creating, the Lightning bundle we are creating, this is under the Aura framework. So this is completely Aura framework and Aura components we are creating. After the Aura components, there is one more Lightning concept has came, a new programming concept came, that is called Lightning Web Components, that is LWC. So ultimately there would be three levels. One level, if I talk about the UI implementation. So one was the Visualforce, that was the old way of creating the UI applications, the Visualforce, which we have already talked about. Then came the Aura components, for which we are currently talking about, and we are making the Lightning components and all. The third, after that, there is one more programming language, you can say programming language itself, came, that is called Lightning Web Components, that is LWC. Why it came basically? LWC is basically based upon the standard web ways which are provided by the open source technologies. Here you will be using HTML, modern JavaScript, and some other coding languages also you can use. If you want to use Java, that also you can use. You can use any other language. You can use Node.js, you can use the Angular, etc. any application you can use. It is kind of open source platform, and which would basically use the W3 standards of the web. So whatever W3 standards are available on the web, those standards would be used in these Lightning Web Components. So ultimately, the benefit of using those would be in future would be that whatever standards are getting changed rapidly, for example, for a browser, some web standards are getting changed and updating. So automatically, it would be available into your applications as well because you are using the open source standards for while creating the Lightning Web Components. So you need not to change the components in that way. So that is the one more programming model. But right now we are talking about the Aura components. So let us talk about Aura components as of now. So I just want to give a heads up that there is one more programming concept after Aura components that is called LWC, Lightning Web Components. So in the Lightning bundle configurations, so as I was telling that few configurations you can do while writing your component and few interfaces are there, standard interfaces are there, which you can actually implement into your components. So basically, these are the few markups available and how we can use them and what are the meaning of these. So whenever you are creating a Lightning component and that component, if you want to use in a Lightning tab, you just want to create a Lightning tab like we are having account tab, opportunity tab, contact tab, etc. And we want to create another tab by clicking on that particular tab, your Lightning component should open. So in that case, you need to make your Lightning app, Lightning component as force app hostable. So what you will use implements is equal to force app hostable. It basically creates a component to use as a navigation element in Lightning Experience or Salesforce mobile apps. If you want to use it in Lightning page, so if there is a Lightning page where you want to use your component, you need to implement flexi page available for all page types, and you need to define access as global as well. So it basically creates a component for using in the Lightning pages or the Lightning app builders. And access, by default, access would be public, but here because you're using Lightning app builder, you need to define the access as global. Then comes the Lightning record page. So you are having any record page, account record page, opportunity record page, etc. And you want to define, you need to put your Lightning component on any record detail page. You need to implement flexi page available for record home. And you need to define that it is having record ID so that that record ID you can use into your component as well. On which record your component is placed, and definitely access is equal to global. Then comes the Lightning communities page. If you are putting your component on the Lightning component communities page, you need to define, you need to implement the interface which is called force community available for all page types, and you need to define the access as global. So here it is a difference. Available for all page types is available in both of things. One is Lightning page, one is Lightning communities page. There's the differences. Here we are using the flexi page that is called Lightning page, and here we are using force community, that is the community page. Then comes the Lightning quick action. So we already talked about what is a quick action. If you want to create a kind of button on the detail page, for example, the lead detail page or account detail page, on click on that particular button, you want to do some action. So that is basically called quick action. And while creating the quick action, you are having the option to give the kind of your Lightning component as well. So for that, you need to implement an interface that is called force Lightning quick action. And one more option is Lightning out dependency app. So basically, what is it? Whenever you are creating a Lightning app and you want to use that Lightning app outside your Lightning application. For example, you want to use it into your say Visualforce page or some external application as well. In that case, what you can do, you can just extend your application what we have just created by LTNG, that is Lightning Out app. So if you define this, it means that this particular app you want to use somewhere outside your Salesforce org. So quickly, if we go to the component, so this is my component, for example, say I am writing some code within this. So whatever code we have written, that doesn't matter. How we implement the interfaces, for that we just need the first tag, that is for a component, and here I need to define whatever I want to implement. So simply, as I have told while how we can create the Lightning interface and how we can implement that interface into your component, that is the same way how we can implement the standard interfaces which are already available in Salesforce. So it would be implements is equal to force app hostable. So if you're using this, means my component I want to use as a Lightning tab in my Salesforce org. So if I want to use this on my Lightning page, so it would be simply flexi page and available for all page types, which we have just talked about. And at the same time, we need to define the access as global as well. So this way I can implement it for my Lightning page if I want to put my component and on Lightning page. In the same way, for the communities page, I need to just change this. I have to define force community like this. All others can be same. And if it is for Lightning quick action, I can implement it like I need to just define force and Lightning quick action. So like that, I can define that my component would be used in the quick action which I have just created for any of the objects. And the last one is the Lightning Out dependency app. So for that, that is means we need to take care that it is about the app which we have created, not about the component. So if we have created any app like this, my component app, this particular app you can use somewhere outside your Salesforce in some external application, or in Visualforce page also you can use it. So this is the normal use case whenever you are creating a components in the any enterprise implementation. So it is a normal use case that sometimes you need to use the component in the Visualforce pages. So for that purpose, this Lightning Out dependency app get used. Or the second use case would be if you want to use this particular app outside Salesforce in some other application, then also you can use this particular way to create the application. So here you need to just define extends is equal to LTNG out app. So yesterday also in one of the examples, this LTNG out app came. So I have told that we will talk about later. So you just need to extend it as a out application, that is LTNG out application. So it means that you are creating a Lightning application which you want to use outside your Lightning application. And here, while you have defined the extend at the same time, because if you want to use this particular application outside your Salesforce, you need to define the access as well as global. And once you have defined it, you need to define the dependency as well, that which particular component in this application would be basically used outside the application. So for that, you need to use the another tag that is called aura dependency, and you need to define the resource over here. And resource you can define as, say, C, whatever component name is, say my component. If I want to use this particular component outside your application, so like this, you need to define the aura dependency as well for your application. So these are the basic interfaces which you can use while developing your Lightning component or application. Now comes the component bundles. It is same we have talked about multiple times, I think. So I think we can skip it. That is same only. It is only talking about the component, application, CSS styles, controller, design, documentation, render, helper, and SVG file, which we can create over here. So then comes the interfaces, and we have talked about interfaces as well in start of this class. So basically interfaces, we have talked about standard interfaces and we have talked about custom interfaces as well. And if you want to create the custom interface, you can just go in the developer console and create new Lightning interface. And in that, you would be having the base tag that is Aura interface. And in Aura interface, as I was telling, there would be multiple tags you can use. One is Aura attribute, another is Aura register event, and third one is Aura methods. Only these three tags you can use in the Lightning interface. Attribute is basically taking the attributes which you can basically pass to this particular interface, and you can define those. Register event is basically defining a particular event which this interface can ultimately fire, and the method would be basically giving if you want to create any method which can be called while writing the component. So these three tags you can use while creating the interface, and implementing the interface is simple. In the Aura component implements, you can just define the interface name with the namespace if you have any. So there is one more thing which is defined over here, that you can create a component which is basically implementing an interface using implements, ns2 intf, that is the namespace and interface name, and at the same time you can extend another component as well by using extends is equal to another component name. So it is extending another component and at the same time implementing this interface as well. So what are the meaning of these? So whenever you are doing this thing, means when you are creating the component, in that component you are using this particular interface, and this particular interface methods, attributes, or events you can apply into your component. So this interface would basically contain the definitions of your methods or register events, and you can implement those methods or events in your components. You need to implement in your component as well. You need to write the code for implementing these things. But when you are extending another component over here, means the functionality is the code you have written in another component, that is CMP1. Those functionalities, those things you can use in this component as well as it is. So the benefit of extending is that you need not to write those things again into your component. So that way also you can use and extend your component over here. Then comes the popular interfaces we have already talked about. The popular Lightning interfaces are apostable, available for all page types, available for record home, Lightning quick action, and available for all page types for the community. So this already we have talked about. Then comes the Lightning events. So Lightning events also in a brief we have talked about. So basically we know that the Salesforce Lightning is a component-based framework, and whenever you are creating a component, so at that time you need to communicate with other components as well. So for that purpose, Salesforce has provided a functionality that is called Lightning events. And a lot of standard lightning events are already available, which you can use for communication between the components. So whenever you want to do the communication between the component 1 with component 1 only, or the communication between different components of different applications, you can you can handle it using the lightning events. So whenever you are creating a component can register an event which ultimately would be firing the code, firing the markup which has been written for that particular event. And these are basically fired from the JavaScript controller, the controller we are creating in the Lightning component. From that JavaScript controller, the events can be fired, which would be basically triggered when a user is doing something in the user interface. So by Lightning component, you have created a user interface, and in the background, you have defined that these are the Lightning events, and when these Lightning events would be fired, and ultimately when user is interacting with the UI, the Lightning component is available in the UI, and user is doing some things, and at that time, whatever action he is doing, for example, clicking or hovering, whatever, at that time, this particular event would be fired, and the component would register that particular event, and it would be fired, and ultimately the functionality which we have written on that event would be ultimately executed. So there are two types of events. One is component event and another is application event. Component event is basically handled by the component itself, the component which we have written, and that component instantiates the event, which we have registered over there. And whenever this event would be fired from any instance of the component which we have created, it can update your own component which has fired it. Say there is component 1, and component 1 has fired one event. It can be handled or update the same component itself, as well as any other component which is in the hierarchy of that particular component, and who is receiving the event. So it is particular component to component communication. But the application event is kind of general event, which would be basically based on the publish subscribe model, that ultimately this event would be fired by some of the component or the application, and it would be available for everybody, for every component, whoever want to handle this particular event. So ultimately, application would publish an event, and it would be available kind of broadcast for all the components, and whatever component want to use that particular event, you can handle it into that particular component, and ultimately it will catch that particular event which would be executed automatically by using a small piece of code over here. So these are the basic differences, component and application events. We will take the examples of these for having more detailed clarity. Then comes the handling events with the client-side controllers. So basically how you can handle the events using the client-side controller, which we can create over here. So we will take a very small example for this, so that you would be basically having a small understanding how the client-side controllers work over here. So let us go to the developer console. So say I want to create another component. So component I have already created. So let us use this component only. So I'm just using simple Aura component, nothing else I'm using. And in this particular component, I want to define an attribute. So for that, we are having a tag called Aura attribute. Aura attribute, I want to give a name to it. Say text, and I want to give a type, say string. So we are in this example, we are just seeing that how you can ultimately use the controller, and using the controller whenever any event happens, how this would be handled over here. So type equal to string, and say I want to give a default value to it in this particular attribute. Say default value is hello world, nothing else. And I'm just closing this particular tag. I want to create a button. So there are two options to create the button. While creating the component, you can use the input tag or you can use the lightning button tag. So I'm using both over here for showing that in which option you can use the event, in which option you cannot use it. So input, so one option is input type is equal to button, and say I want to give some value to this button because it will not work using this particular input tag. So I can say it would be a float button, and on click I can define that alert as it is float button. So I will just say this not work, and I can just close this tag. And the ultimately use which we would be ultimately using, that would be lightning button, which would be correct way to create a button over here. So say I want to give a label to it, say framework button, and on click I want to call a particular component, means call a function of my controller. Actually the controller we will just create, the JavaScript controller we will create just now. So for that I can use c dot handle click. So handle click would be the method which I would be just writing in my controller, and how I can just call my method which I would be writing in the controller, I can just use c dot handle click. And when I want to use any value of any variable, etc., then you use the v dot that particular variable name and all. So for that, let us take one option for printing any value as well. Say v dot text. That's all. So this would basically take the value of text and would display over here in my component. So now I want to create a controller. So I'll just click on this. So you can see automatically one structure came out over here. It is giving some bracket, curly bracket, and giving my action. So my action is the name of the method, the function you are creating in the controller. And then it is giving some parameters, three parameters it is having. One is component, that through which component this function has been called. So automatically it will take this particular component because we are calling the handle click using this particular component. So it would be passed over here by default. Then which event is there? So this event we have defined on click. So it would be passed over here. And the third is, that is the optional. These two are the mandatory parameters while creating the function over here. This is the optional parameter, that is the helper. If you're using a helper class in the controller and writing some functions which needs to be reused, which can be reused in the helper, then you can use this optional parameter. Otherwise, you can just remove it as well if you're not using the helper class. So like that, this is the structure that how you create a controller, the JavaScript controller. And then in this controller, you just write the basic code what you want to write over here. So first of all, I want to define a variable, say attribute value. So I have defined one attribute over here in the component. This is the attribute with the name text. So and the value of that is this is hello world. So I want to just fetch the value in my function over here. So how I can do that? I have just defined a variable attribute value, and in the component, because the complete component has been passed in my function, so I can use this parameter component, and I can just use component dot get, and I just pass the name of that particular attribute which I want to fetch. So there can be multiple attributes as well. As of now, we have taken only one attribute. There can be multiple attributes as well. So whatever attribute value you want to fetch over here in the control, you can just use component dot get, and you can pass the attribute name for which you want to fetch the value. So it would be v.text, as you want to fetch the value of this particular attribute. So like this, it will be fetching the value and saving in this particular variable, that is attribute value. And then I want to just fetch the source of the event in a target variable. So say I want to give a variable that is called name as target, and as in the parameter we are having event as well, that through which event this particular method, this particular function got called. So I am just using the event. I am just fetching the source, that from which source it got called. So event dot get source, it would be saving in the target. And what I want to do, I want to just change the value of this attribute which we have created, that is having default value is hello world, with the value of this target. So let us first write the code, then I will explain you how it works. So I want to set it using the component. In the component, I want to set it. So component dot set. So very simple that for getting anything, I'm just using component dot get. For setting a value, I'm just using component dot set. And here, I'm just using v dot text. And then I'm defining target dot get, say v dot label. That's all. So my function has been defined. So what it is doing, it is just setting a value in the component. What value it is setting? Value of v dot text. What is v dot text? V dot text is nothing but this attribute which I have defined in my component. So value of text it is setting. What it is setting over here? It is taking the value of the target. So what is target? Target is basically we have from the event we have just fetched the source and saved in the target, and for that particular target we are just fetching the label out of that. So let us come again with the all functions, then we will take a preview of this as well. So ultimately we have just defined a component. I have defined three things. One is or attribute. Let us remove this. It will just create the confusion. It is of no use over here. So basically I am creating an attribute with name text with type string. The default value of this is hello world, and I am just defining a button with label framework button, and on click of this particular button, my method handle click, which is defined in the controller, would be called, and then I'm just defining the a value of this particular attribute, that is hello world. So ultimately this hello world should be printed in the page and a button should be there on my page. Whenever you click, the user would click on this particular button, ultimately this particular function would be called, which you have defined in the controller. And this function is can have three parameters: component, event, and helper. Helper is the optional parameter, and you are just fetching the value of the attribute from here. So ultimately, using this component dot get v dot text is it's ultimately referring to this particular attribute and fetching this particular value, that is hello world. After that, at the same time, you are fetching the value of event dot get source as well. So event is this parameter. Event is ultimately this, that is on click. So I'm just fetching this particular source in my variable, which is named target. So, and then I'm just setting the value of my attribute value, that is v dot text, with the value of this particular target. This is the target, which is button, and in target the label is framework button. So it is just fetching the v dot label. The label of my target means label of this particular button, that is framework button, and would be changing it to the attribute, and that's all. So let us see how the preview works. So if you go to the preview, okay, we have used okay, so we have not changed it, sorry, it was the previous lightning out tab we have defined over here, so that is not required. Here I need to just call my component in the lightning application. So for calling my component, the component name is my component only, so no tag I need to use. I will just use my component over here. I can close it over here only. This should work. Let's update preview. So you can see there are two things. So it is general preview. We want to make it a bit better, so we can extend our application as extends is equal to force SLDS. So it is basically defining the Salesforce Lightning design system automatically. So it would apply the lightning look. So you can see in my component, my attribute is there. I have defined one button and v dot text. So one button is there, that is framework button, and the text of this attribute is available, that is hello world. If I click on this particular button, again there is some issue. Why it is unable to find and click? Okay, I have not changed it. Sorry for that. So because the default was my action only, so I have not changed it to handle click. So it is not able to find it. Now if I want to update the preview, so when you click on this particular button, so automatically you can see the value of my attribute got changed automatically. So it was hello world. When you are clicking on it, it is changing the value with the with the label of the button itself. It is not hard coded. Whatever value would be there in the button, it would be changed automatically using this particular code. Okay. So, however, it was very small code, and the reason for using this small code would be that at least you would be having the basic idea first, and once it will be set into your mind, then maybe we will go for bigger codes so that it would be easier to understand. So today, basically, we will talk about further in the Lightning components only, and the Aura components we are talking about. We'll talk about the component attributes. What is attribute? What are the types of attributes? Expressions we can use in the Lightning components. How to call server-side action. How we can pass the parameter from component to controller and controller to component, and the input form tags, how we can create the forms in Lightning. We'll talk about the basic concepts for all these and take a couple of examples as well. So slowly we would be getting into the actual coding part, how we can do the Aura component development. So to start with, first of all, what is component attribute? So component attributes are basically nothing but they are containing some values, some variables. Like in the Apex class, we are having the variables. We define the variables and some value is there. We are defining some value to those variables. So in Aura components, we are using component attributes for that purpose, where we give some name to that attribute and give some default value which can be changed later on. Basically, these can be referenced within the component and using the expression syntax. We have used this in previous class as well in one of the example. So we have used v dot attribute name like this. So the basic attributes we can use inside the component using the expressions, or in the controller and helper also we can use it. So the basic syntax is like we have used earlier as well in the Aura application or Aura component, and we define the attribute. We are having a separate tag for that Aura attribute. We give a name to the attribute. Then we define the type, that for which type it is, what is the data type for this particular attribute, and then we can give a default value to this attribute as well, which can be changed later on. And for using this attribute, just we use the expression in the same way the binding variables we are using force as well. So just curly brackets, exclamation mark, v dot whom. So v means view, means whenever we are referring to any attribute, we can use v dot operator over here, and we just give the attribute name. So this will access the attribute for us. And what are the basic naming conventions while we are creating the attribute? So definitely it basically must begin with a letter or an underscore. It cannot start with a numeric value, and it must contain only alphanumeric or underscore characters. We cannot use some other characters over here. And what are the types of attribute? Different types of attributes are there. Whenever we are defining the attribute, you can see there are few options in the tag which you can use. One is definitely mandatory, that is name. So you need to define the name of the attribute, that is mandatory. Apart from that, we are having few more, like access. We can define the access of attribute, that if it is public, global, or private. So basically, what does it mean? Whenever you define some access to an attribute, it defines that you can use this particular attribute within its namespace, within its package only, or outside the namespace as well. So on those basis, we can define it as public, global, and private, and by default it is public. Then definitely name. So you need to give a name to the attribute, which is mandatory, and you can define name to the attribute using this particular parameter. So for example, you are having Aura attribute, and you can give, if it is of type Boolean, you can give name as is true. And whenever you are using it in any component, how can you use it? So simple Aura, the component name, and you can define is true, true, or false. So it is basically using the attribute which we have defined with the name as is true. Then comes the type, and type is basically, it is also mandatory parameter, and we need to define that what type of attribute is it, what type of data it can contain, string, integer, or something else, double, etc. Then comes default. Default is basically giving the default value of that attribute. That if we have defined the type as string and we want to define some default value to the attribute, like hello world in the example we are taking. So those values you can define in the default parameter. Then comes the required. So this is the Boolean value. It takes true or false two values, and it basically determines that attribute is required or not, mandatory or not. If by default it is false, but you can make required is equal to true as well. And then the description, if you want to give some description of the attribute, you can use description option as well for the attribute. Then comes the basic types, as we have talked about. One parameter is type, and what are basic types you can use in the attribute. So one is string. We are using it in our examples. So string is basically storing the text values. Then comes the Boolean, which basically stores true and false values. And then decimals, definitely fractional part if you want to store. Then you use the decimal, for example, for price, currency, etc. Then comes the integer. Integer in number value. Double is just like decimal, just it gives wider range for the decimal part. Then comes date and date time. Date would be in the format YYYY hyphen mm hyphen dd format. And date time you can define in the same date format. After date format, a timestamp would also be attached to it. And the last one is long. Long is also giving the non-fractional values like integer. Just it is having wider range as compared to integer. Apart from that, you can also pass the collection types as well. So collection we have already talked about in detail while we were talking about the Apex classes. So there are few types of collections: the basic array, list, map, and set. So these type of collections you can also use in the attributes. And the last thing is object. You can directly use the object as well in the attribute, and this object would be stored basically in the JSON format. So three types of things. One is primitive data types, that is string, boolean, decimal, integer, double, date, date time, and long. Also you can use collection types, that is array, list, map, and set. And the last one is you can also use object as well in the attributes, which you can pass from component to controller and from controller to component, like that. Then comes the expressions. Basically, you know that the expression format we are using is this. This we were using in Visualforce as well, and in Lightning as well we are using like this only. Just the difference is the expression we are using within this curly brackets exclamation mark is having a bit of difference. So here we use v dot first name in the case of if we want to view the value of the first name. So in that case you can use it. And if you want to use any component color, any component, then you use the C dot over here. Basically expression is inside this is basically called the expression. So we have talked about expression as well previously. So expression is basically which gives the single output value out of that particular expression. So here like v dot first name gives us the value of first name which is defined in the attribute. Apart from that, the value of this particular expression can be of type integer, string, or boolean. It can be of type collection or any controller method such as action method, or a JavaScript object also can be returned using this particular expression. So ultimately whatever you have defined in the attribute, you can define primitive data type, you can define collections, you can define object. So according to that, with this expression you can fetch any values out of that particular attribute. So it depends upon what type of attribute you have defined. So this is the first syntax, which is basically called the bindable syntax, binding syntax. So this is having the tight binding with the expression actually. The second way of doing the expression is you can use the hash as well apart from exclamation mark. So other things would remain same. It will be curly bracket, like curly bracket start hash v dot first name. So this is the second way to use the expressions. So both would return the same output. It will not be having any difference in the output. Just the difference between these two type of expressions would be that first one is tightly bound with the values and second one is not. So we will talk about that in more detail. And apart from that, what I was telling, that expressions basically gives you calculations and access property values, and within the component markup you can use these calculations and access the attribute values, whatever attribute we have defined. It is telling the same thing, that anything inside this format, this delimiters is basically evaluated and gives us value out of that. If it is attribute, it will give a value of attribute. If it is some calculation, it will give us some output of that particular value as well. Now comes the two types of expressions which we were talking about. There are two types of expressions, one with exclamation mark and another with hash, using hash. So with exclamation mark, it is said as bound expression. And if we are using hash apart from that, then it will be basically called unbound expression. So there are two types of expressions in Lightning. Bound expressions are basically whenever we are using that. So whenever the value of attribute or collection, etc., would be changed, this expression will automatically reflect the change, re-render the component for you, and change the values again for you in the bound expressions. But in the unbound expressions, the value would remain static even if the value is changed. For example, in the first case, like in this case, if you are using an attribute with name first name of type string, and we have given the name to that attribute, by default we have defined it as Ronnie. In that case, say aura attribute name is equal to first name, and I'll give default, say Johnny, and it is of type string. Right. For example, this attribute I have defined. So this attribute means I have given the name as first name, and it is of type string, and by default I have given the value as Ronnie. So later on, when I'm using it, I have changed the value of this attribute from Ronnie to Malhotra. In that case, automatically the component which is using this particular attribute, which is displaying this particular attribute, it would automatically be re-rendered and name would be changed automatically. Even if some other components are using this attribute, those also would be re-rendered automatically. But in case you are using this expression way, that is having the hash, in that case, the same way if you're using the attribute, and later on in your markup, while you have written the code, you are changing this attribute value from Ronnie to Malhotra. In that case, my component would not be automatically rendered. So ultimately, this value would be static if you are using this expression, that is unbound expression. So this is the basic difference within bound expression and unbound expression. Okay. So next comes the calling the server side action. So what is this? So while writing the Lightning component, we have talked about how to write the Lightning component, and within the Lightning component bundle, we are having multiple things. Like we are having helper, we are having the controller, we are having style, we are having design. So basically, if I talk about the important parts of bundle, that is having the component, the helper, the controller. So controller, which we are talking about in the Lightning component bundle, is client-side controller, which is written in JavaScript, and it is just can access the client-side part of the component of the controller only. But whenever we want to do any action towards the server, so in that case we need to call the server-side controller. So server-side controller is nothing but the Apex classes which we have written earlier. So ultimately, coordinating with the Apex classes, calling the Apex classes from your component, that is basically the meaning of calling a server-side action. So means if you have created a component and in that component you have written a controller, so that is a client-side controller. And through that client-side controller, you want to do some, say, DML operation, or you want to fetch some data out of the server. So for that, you need to use the server-side controller. You need to call server-side controller from the client-side controller. So client-side controller is in the component itself, in the component bundle, and server-side controller is nothing but your Apex class. So how we can do that? So basically, first thing, whenever you are calling Apex class from the Lightning component, from the Lightning controller, you need to define the method as Aura enabled. So there is one annotation that is called @Aura enabled. So each method which you want to use in the Lightning component, you want to call from the Lightning component, you need to define that as Aura enabled. Then only it can be used in your component, otherwise you will not be able to use. So whatever Apex classes we have created till now, those we cannot use in our component. Why? Because those are not Aura enabled. So we need to define a method in the Apex class as Aura enabled, then only we would be able to use that in our components. That is one thing. And apart from that, definitely in the client side controller, we have already talked about, we have already taken one example as well, that you need to write the client side functionality in JavaScript over there. And here, when we are using the Lightning component actions, here we are calling the actual methods of the which would actually work for you on the server. If you want to fetch some data, if you want to do some DML operations, so you use the Lightning component actions for that purpose and call the Apex class from here, which we have written separately. So for that, first of all, we use action.setParams to set the data for an action which would be passed to the server side controller. So whenever we are calling a server side controller, at that time we need, if we want to pass some parameters over there to the Apex class, we use action.setParams for that purpose, for setting the data in the action. We'll take one example so it would be more clearer that how we call the server side actions. Apart from that, whenever you are using, say, any action, so you need to send the data in the JSON way. So ultimately, the request which we would do to the server using this Apex class, we are calling that Apex class method. So whatever request we are sending from client side controller to server side controller, that would be basically serialized into JSON, and using JSON it would be sent. So JSON we have already talked about. This is JavaScript object notification, and it basically contains the data in name and key and value pair, and the data can be sent to the Apex class, the server side action, using by serializing it into the JSON. Then the basic thing, what is how we define the action. So where action CMP, that is component dot get, and we define the C dot method name. So this call basically indicates that we are calling the C dot method name which we have defined in the Apex class in the server side controller, and the name of the method should be exactly same which we have defined over here. So whenever you use component dot get and we define C dot the method name which we have defined in the server side controller, that is the Apex class. So this is the syntax how we call the server side controller method over there. Then one more important thing is whenever you are calling the server side controller, you will get something in return out of that particular call to the Apex class. So when you get some return, at that time you want to make some callback action, that when I got some data or I have done some DML, I will get something in response if it is successful or not, or if I fetch some data is coming over here in the Lightning component. Now I need to do something on that particular response. So for that you use the action dot set callback. So we define a callback function over there, and we do the whatever we want to do with that particular data or with that particular status which is returned from the server side call. And another is response.getState. Basically it gives us the state that if whatever action is returned from the server, what is the state for that, if it is successful, incomplete, or some we have got some error. One more thing is response.getReturnValue. So whatever value is returned from the calling that particular method, you can use at the client side controller or in the component. You can use it, you can fetch it using response.getReturnValue. And the last one important thing is $a.enqueue action, and we pass the action out of that. So basically it creates a queue of the actions. So whenever server side controller actions are there, any calls to server are there, a queue would be created and queue would be executed automatically, serially. So whenever you are writing a code, a Lightning component, in the Lightning component, whenever you are calling a server side controller action, at that time it can happen that when you have done the server side call, at that time some other action also gets fired, and that action ultimately gives another server side controller call. So what can happen, so there can be multiple server side controller call in the same transaction. So for improving the performance, what Lightning framework does, Lightning framework doesn't call the server each and every time whenever in the same transaction a call to server is done. Basically it enqueues all the actions, all the server side controller actions in one queue, and at the end of the event call, it perform all the actions together in a serial way, so that only one call would work and the performance would be increased, and this would be called in the asynchronous way. And whenever the return from server comes, we use this response.getReturnValue, or we use this action.set callback for doing some operations over the response, whatever response we have received from the server side controller. So this is how we call the server. So we'll take one example for that as well. Before that, I want to cover one more topic. So let us go to our developer console. So basically I want to give you an understanding on the invoking actions on component initialization. So actions, we have talked about that you can define any action, you can call any action in the controllers. Whenever you are defining these, you are writing the code, you can call any actions and all. But there can be a requirement that you want to do the invoke any action at the time of component initialization itself, that automatically whenever your component is initialized, whenever it is being called from anywhere, an action should be invoked at that time itself. For example, on the browser, whenever you are using a Visual Force page, we were having an option of onload, that whenever page is loading, at that time this action should be performed before loading the page itself. So in the same way, how we can do that thing in the Lightning. So let me just create a Lightning component, say invoke action I want to define. So here in the aura component, I am just defining an aura attribute. Say attribute name I want to give, say set me on init, and I want to define the type of it. say it is of type string, and some default value, say default value. What we want to do, that by default this attribute is having a value default value, and at the time of creation only I want to change this attribute value, and before loading the page itself the value would be changed for this particular attribute. We can do some other things as well. Just for taking the example, I am just changing the value of this particular attribute. So here we need to define another tag that is called aura handler. So this is aura handler is basically for handling that at what time it needs to be executed. So at the time of initialization of this particular component, I want to do some action. So for that, I am writing this tag that is called aura handler, which will handle this particular part. So name is equal to, say I need to give as init, and value I need to define as this. So this will take this component itself. So which the component from which I need to basically invoke this particular action, that particular component it will consider. So value is this, and I need to define the action after that. The action would be, we have talked about the syntax, c dot do init. So do init I will just define in my controller. So basically it is calling that particular controller over here. Okay. After that I am just writing some text, say this value is set in controller after the component initialization. So let us print over here just the value of the attribute. V dot set me on init. So I'm doing nothing over here. I have just defined an attribute with a default value, that is default value. Name I have defined as set me on init. I have defined an handler which basically does the action, call the action, that is c dot do init. So do init is the function which would be defined in the controller. I will write that just now. And after that I am just fetching the value using the value of the attribute using v dot operator. So we have already talked about, it is view. So whenever we use v dot, it will fetch the value of that particular attribute. So v dot set me on init, it will fetch this particular value and print it. So if the aura handler is not there, so you must be understanding very basically that this v dot set me on init will just print the value of the default value, nothing else it will do. But in between we are doing some particular action that at the time of loading the page itself, some action should happen which we will define in the do init. So let us define that, and we'll create a client side controller. Just click on this particular part, and here I will, as the name I have written given is the do init, and in the do init I can define, say, component dot set. I'm just defining the value of the attribute in this particular method, nothing else. So here v dot set me on init. Say I want to give some value, controller init change. So here what I have done, I have just written a controller. So here I can pass only component as well. If I am not using any event or helper, I can just pass component as well. And in this particular method function, we can say would be called at the time of initialization of this particular component, and it will do the operation that it will just change the value of set me on init attribute to this. Definitely we can do more operations over here at the time of initialization of page itself. Just for taking the example, I have changed the value of the attribute. So let us see how it works and it gets changed or not. And But before that, definitely we need to create an application if we want to see the output of this particular component which we have defined. So I have created an application and I'm just calling my component over here, say invoke action. So I have saved it and let us see the preview. So in the preview you can see it is giving the controller init change only directly, while by default the value was default value. So I think you would be understanding that how it is getting changed, because at the time of initialization of component itself, it is not like that it is by default is having this value. It is initially when the component is initialized, at that time this is having the value default value, and when it is getting loaded, the component initialization has done. At that time, at the time of initialization, it is calling this particular action, that is do init, and it is setting the value of that attribute as controller init change, and till the time the page gets load, the value of attribute has been changed. So it is printing over here the latest value of that particular attribute. So in this way, we can invoke any actions at the time of component initialization itself, whenever we are doing the initialization of the component. Okay. Then we'll move to another part, that is passing parameter from Lightning component to controller and controller to component. So this we have already done in a couple of examples now. In previous class also we have taken one example. There also we have passed the parameter. Today also we have done it. But let us talk about it in a bit more detail, and we will take one example again for that as well, so that it would be more clearer in the terminology's perspective as well. So here we are just talking about that whenever we are writing any Lightning component, from that component we want to pass any value to controller, to the client side controller we are talking about over here. Whenever we are talking about controller, that means we are talking about client side controller of Lightning component itself. And whenever we will talk about the server side controller, we will say server side controller or the Apex class. We will use these terminologies. So don't get confused between these two controllers actually. So Lightning component to controller and back from controller to the Lightning component, how we can pass a value. So for that, we are having few requirements. First of all, an attribute in the component markup to hold the value which is sent. So we need to define any attribute like we have defined, and it will be having the value which needs to be sent to the controller, that is client side controller. This point is for the server side controller. Whenever we want to call any server side controller or Apex class, we need to define that as Aura enabled, which we have just talked about, and we will use this in our example as well. And apart from that, in JavaScript controller on the client side, we need to define so that we can send the value to the server side client as well. So we are having two options how we can pass the value from Lightning component to client side controller. One way is component dot get, and we use the attribute name. V dot operator we need to use for viewing the attribute. So we use the V dot attribute name. So simple component dot get V dot attribute name, which we have used in previous example as well. There is another option how we can do that. We can use component dot find. We define the Aura ID. We give the Aura ID. We need to define to a particular component while writing the Lightning component. And by defining that particular Aura ID, we can find this particular ID or Aura ID in the component, and then we can get the value out of that. So it would be component dot find Aura ID dot get v dot value. So maybe by reading itself, you will be understanding that what it is doing. In the component, it is finding the Aura ID, and once got the Aura ID, you get the value out of that particular component. Okay, so we'll use this in this example so that you will be clearer of the other way as well. This already we have used in previous example, component.get v.attribute name. And if you want to pass the value from client side controller back to Lightning component, then you use component.set and we define the attribute value as a value which you will define over here. So this also we have taken in the previous example, but let us take the example again so it would be more clearer and terminologies would be clearer into your mind. So first of all, I'll just create a lightning component. Say I'll just give the name as pass parameter and submit. So here I am just defining one attribute as we have done earlier as well multiple times. Say aura attribute name I am defining as say employee name and type is string. That's all. I'm not giving any default value as of now. I need to define an input text. So I'm using UI input text. The label I want to give is a enter employee name. So nothing but I'm just making a text field where you can put some employee name, and here I am defining the aura ID, which I have just talked about, that how we can use the aura ID as well in the other way, how we can pass the value from my component to my client-side controller. So I've just defined the input text, and after that I'm just defining a button. On clicking of that, parameter would be passed to the controller. So label is equal to say I want to give the submit, and this is the action that when the button would be pressed, it will call this particular method, this particular function in my controller. I'll write that function right now. Say I want to give a break and say employee name. I'm just printing the employee name which we have just entered in above text box. So it would be using UI, say output text, and I need to define the value of that. Say v dot the attribute name, that is employee name over here. That's all. So my component has been created. I'm just creating a controller. So the name of my function is call me, and here I want to just define a variable name. Say emp name is equal to component dot find. So this is the other way I'm using this one, the second way. We can use first way as well, component dot get using the attribute. Here I'm using the other way of fetching the attribute value over here. So I need to pass the aura ID over here, and aura ID we have defined as name. If we go back and we did see that aura ID we have defined as name over here. So we'll just find the name out of that particular component, and then once we have got it, then we will get the value out of that. So get v dot value, and then I am defining component dot set. I am setting a value to this particular attribute again. So say v dot employee name. To this particular attribute I want to define the value, and what is the value? The value is m name. So the same value I'm defining over here. I can define something else as well. As of now, I'm defining the same value only. So ultimately, let us see how it works, and then we will talk about how internally it is working. So say pass parameter app, and here I'm just defining calling c dot pass parameter. That's all. So let us see the preview. So the look, say extends equal to force radius. be coming in the lightning view. So if I will just put a name Ronnie and I'll submit it, so it is displaying Ronnie. So by seeing the application, it is what we have made, nothing. But what is ultimately going on in the background. So whenever I am writing the name, it is printing the same name over here. How? So what is ultimately going on? So this particular component is there where I have defined the attribute, that is the employee name. Then in the input text, I am just asking user to enter the name and then calling the call me function, which is defined in the controller. And after that, I am just printing, just displaying the value in the output text. So at this time, whenever I am clicking the submit button, this submit button is calling the call me function in the controller. So it is going over here. Here it is just finding the component with Aura ID name and fetching the value of that. So ultimately the value of this particular name which we have entered over here, it is being passed using this call to my client side controller and would be saved in emp name. And once it is saved in the emp name, what I am doing, I am passing the value back to my component using component.set v.employee name. So this is the attribute name and I'm just passing back the value which I have defined over there. So if I want to play with this value as well, that also I can do. So whatever value I need to pass, if I want to pass some hard coded value as well, that also I can do over here, but that doesn't mean anything. So by this way, see, so you can see only amp name is coming whatever I am writing over here, because I have put this in the quotes and it would be a hard coded value which would be passed back to the controller. So in this way, we can basically pass the values from my component to controller and back from my controller to my component over here. So we are passing value from this to this, this to this. So this we have done earlier as well. Just we are talking about the terminologies and how actually it works in the background. So this is how we have passed the value from component to my client side controller and from my client side controller to my component itself. Let us take one example now how we can call the server side controller, means our Apex class. So first of all, let me create another lightning component called server side controller. Here I'm just defining the Aura attribute again. The name is equal to first name and type is equal to string. Default value I need to define to it. See, so I've just defined one attribute. After that, I am just defining a lightning button. Say lightning button label is equal to call. So on click, I want to call one function which we will define in my client side controller, that will be called echo. So we'll again take a small example that it will echo the value. It will just call the server and would return a value back from the server to our controller, to our basic component. So I'm just calling this particular function, which we will define in the controller. Nothing else I am doing. Let us create the controller now. This would be client side controller, and the name I want to give is echo. And here I want to define a variable, say action, and I'm just fetching the value. Okay. So I have defined an attribute. I have defined a button. Button name is call server, and on click c.echo, and it will be calling this particular method, that is function, that is echo. Yeah, correct. So here the first line in the action, I am defining that how we can call a server side method over here. So it would be component dot get, it would be c dot server echo. Server echo is nothing but the method which would be defined in the Apex class, which we will define after this. So we have talked about, while we were talking about the PPT, that what is the syntax for calling the method which will be defined in the Apex class in the server side controller would be c dot server echo, and we'll just define this inside component dot get. So component dot get c dot server echo, which we will define after defining this particular controller. So it is passed in the action, that is a variable. So once it is done, after that I need to define the parameters which also I want to pass to the server side controller. So we have talked about that we use the set params for that. So how we use that? Action dot set params, which we are defining as the parameter, and here I need to define this in a key value pair that would be basically using the JSON, which we will pass over here. So say I want to pass the name, that is first name, that is the key, and value of that would be component dot get, and here v dot first name. That's all. So I am setting the parameter in this action that first name is the key for that, and the value for that is component dot get v dot first name. So ultimately it is getting the value from my controller from here. First name is this, so ultimately it is getting a value of word. Okay, so it is defining that parameter. Once this is defined, after that I need to define the set callback. So whenever I will get the return from the server side controller, this function would be called, that is action dot set callback, and here I am just defining this and function response, and this response would be passed back from the server side controller, and on this response we can use the other functions which we were using, like response.getState, etc. So this is the method, that is action.setCallback, which would be executed after getting the response from the server side controller. So in this I can define whatever I want to execute once I will receive some response from the server. For example, I want whatever code I want to write it. So for example, I am just getting the state out of the response in the variable that is called state. So I can use response dot get state over here. So I'll just get that if it is successful or failed or some error is there or incomplete. So that values I will get in the state itself. Then I can check the state if say state is equal to say success, then make some alert, say alert is from server, so this function also we have talked about, return value. So it will just fetch the return value which is being returned from the function, being returned from the server side controller, and from response I am just getting it and just alerting it. So if it is successful. Else if I want to define that if state is incomplete, then I want to do something, not writing any code as of now. If I want to do, I can do that. Else if, say I want to define state as, say if there is some error. In that case, say I'm giving variable errors is equal to, I'm just fetching it from the response which I have received from the server, and we can use a function get error. So in the errors I will get the error, and after that I can define some other code if I want to. Say if there are some errors, then again check if on the first place in the error some error is there or not. Say error 0 and some message is there or not. Message, if it is true, you can just define, just pass a log in the console. The error message, and I just fetch the error at the first place using the errors dot message method over here. So once this is defined, these are for some specific errors and all, and say after the errors is done, I want to define the else tag. Say in the else I want to just give a log at the console, and I'm just defining in the case of else there is some unknown error, nothing else. So unknown error I have defined, and once this is closed, then I need to enqueue the actions. We have talked about $a dot enqueue action, and I want to pass the action over here. So I've talked about that whenever, for example, in your code, the multiple server side calls is being done. In our case, only one call we are doing to the server. But when we are doing the server call and we are doing a set callback, in the set callback, we have done another call or some other calls that is, or maybe multiple calls to the server as being happened in your single transaction. So you can use the $a.enqueue action. What it will do, it will automatically takes all the calls to the server and make a queue out of that, and at the last of your event it will call out those all actions and perform the operation according to that. So this is, I have just created a small client side controller over here where we are calling another method, that is server echo. Server echo will be in the Apex class. So say Apex class I want to define. So say Apex class, say the name of the Apex class is simple server side controller, and here I'm simply defining one method, say public static string server echo, which we have used over here. String first name, we have passed one parameter, so I'm just getting that parameter over here, and I'm just returning some value over here, say hello from the server and just passing the parameter as well, first name. That's all. So I can do a lot of code over here at the Apex class. We already know that we have done, we have written many classes previously. So those all things you can do at this Apex class. For the example purposes, I'm just returning one value and returning the hard-coded value hello from the server, so that we will be getting to know, yes, the value we are getting from is from the server only, from the Apex only. And here we can do any SQL queries, any DML operations, whatever we want to do, we can do over here. We cannot do in the client side controller, definitely. Here we can do all those operations, and ultimately we can return any values. So here I am returning this hard-coded value with the first name, which is basically being passed from the controller only, from client side controller only. It is being passed. I have received this in the Apex class and returning back the variable to the controller or Lightning component itself. Before moving forward, I have told you that we need to define the method as Aura enabled. If we want to use a method in our Lightning component, it should be marked as Aura enabled, and whatever Aura enabled methods you are defining, those always must be static. You cannot use non-static methods as Aura enabled. Those will always be static. This is one thing we need to take care. So now we are ready with our component, and we are ready with our client side controller, which is basically calling a method that is called server echo. Server echo is defined over here. But how our component would get to know that which particular Apex class is containing this server echo method? I have just written server echo. I have not written this class anywhere. So for that, I need to define in the component definition the first tag, like we were doing in the Salesforce page. So I'll define the controller over here. So I'll just copy the name and will paste over here. So in this way, it will get to know that this is the server side controller for our component. So whatever methods you will use in your client side controller, they will find this particular method in this particular Apex class, which is defined over here. So three parts are there right now in our example. One is our component, which is defining that what is my server side controller. We have defined the server side controller, that is the Apex class, and we have defined the method as Aura enabled. And in our client side controller, we have called this particular method over here. Okay, so let us see how it works. The output would be very simple. The Lightning application I need to write for seeing the preview, and here nothing but I am just calling call server side. Let us see the preview. So in the preview, nothing is there, just a button, because in the component we have just defined an attribute and we have just created a button. And when I click on the button, it will call the echo function that is written in the client side controller, and it will ultimately call our server side controller, which will return the value actually. This. Let us see if it returns it. So if I call the server, so you can see there is an alert which is saying from server, hello from the server, null. So it is not giving any value. So let us see how it is working and why it is not giving any value over here. So here, first of all, I have defined an attribute. I'm calling. So our what work is being done? So call server button is coming. I'm clicking on this button. It is calling my echo function. Echo function is called over here, and here I'm just defining the action, that is, which is calling the method which is defined in the server side controller, and this is my server side controller which is basically calling this, and it is getting a parameter. So it is printing me that from server, I am getting this value, that is hello from the server, but it is not giving this value over here. Apart from that, we are getting the value from the server. Okay. So what is being done over here? I'm just defining parameter, that is first name, and I have just got it, component.get v.first name, and then in the callback I have got the values. Let us see why it is not giving the value. So I want to just update the preview. If I call server, so it is undefined. So means here also I am not getting the value. Okay. So this is the wrong thing I have done. Just a second, update. Still not coming. Yeah, it is coming now. Fine. So let me explain you this thing that where we have done the mistake. So the mistake was just in the name. Here I have defined the name as first name and N was capital over here. Here I have written the first name, N was small over here. So it is case sensitive, the name which we are defining in the attribute. So when I have corrected it, it is working perfectly fine. So let us go again, and if I click on call server, you can see I am getting the value from server, hello from the server, world. World is nothing but the value of my attribute. Okay, so in this way I can call the server and get the response out of server itself. Okay, so even the output was small, but it is having many things which needs to be understood. Okay, so we have used c.server echo over here. So let me explain. Whenever we are writing the code in the controller itself, and we want to call the client side controller, because client side controller we will always call from the component itself. So this is the component we have defined. In the component, we have called the c.echo. So whenever we use c dot, we call a function with c dot in the component itself, then it will always call your client side controller. It can never call the server side controller directly from your component. So from component, whenever you are using c dot operator, means you are calling the function which is being defined in the client side controller itself. So automatically your code would get to know, yes, this thing I should find in the client side controller. So when you go to the client side controller, in client side controller, when you use the v dot operator, means it will get the value out of that particular attribute which is being defined in the component. But when you use c dot over here, c dot always means that it is calling the server side controller, means the method which is being defined in the Apex class. So in this way it will be defined. So you need to always take care whenever you are using the client side controller methods and server side controller methods. There should be difference between the names. The names should not be same. So if for example, I will write echo, that is the function name in the client side controller, and same echo I will define in the server side controller as well. It is possible, you can do that, but as a best practice, you should not do that, because ultimately it would create a problem in debugging the code if you are getting any errors and issues. So as a best practice, these method names should always be different. They should not be same. Okay. So basically, you know that when we have worked on the Visual Force, there also we have created the forms. And whenever you are creating any UI at that time, input forms are very important part of the UI actually, because that is the only way how you get the information entered from the end user. So input basically represents the interactive control that accept user input depending upon the type you have defined in the attribute. So there is only one tag that is called lightning input. So for most of the input form things, you need to use only one single tag that is called lightning input. And in that lightning input tag, it would be defined that which type of input element is it. We can define it using the type parameter in that. So for example, you can see for the checkbox, it is lightning input, type is equal to checkbox, and you can define other parameters like what is the label, what is the name, if it is checked or not. Like that, you can define it. In the same way, there are some more checkbox: button, color, date, email, number, password. So how these all are written, let us quickly try to write some in the developer console. Let me create another component for input tags only. We will try to write few input tags and we'll see how the output comes for those particular tags. So I'm just creating one lightning component, say input com. So for example, I want to put any date field. So for that, it would be simple lightning input, and I need to define the type. Type would be date, and just this one tag would give you many options. It is not like that only single field would be there. Automatically the calendar would be shown over there. You can select the option. You can also give the range of the dates as well, that from this range to this range you want to give the user to select the date. Apart from that, he would not be able to select the date. So there are multiple functionalities, multiple options you can use in a single tag. So in a single line code would do many functionalities actually for you. So let us see a few of them, and the remaining ones you can read out later on. For this, I was just giving the type as date, and let us give some name, say input 1, and label is, I want to give some label to this particular date field. Say I want to make it required, so I'm just giving the label as required date field. And for making it required, there is another attribute, that is required is equal to true. So it will automatically make our field as mandatory, and I want to give some default value. Say I want to give this as a default value. That also I can do using the value tag. So this is first lightning input we have put over here. We need to create the lightning app for viewing the output for that. So I'm just calling input com over here. Let us see the preview, how it looks like. So it is very weird way it is showing it, because we are using the lightning input form and we have not embedded the lightning SLDS over here. So we need to, in our app, we need to extend the SLDS over here, so that SLDS would, the Salesforce Lightning Design System would be applicable, would be implemented automatically on our application, and the proper fields would be shown. So you can see now we are able to see one input field, that is required date field, and the by default date is already available, which we have defined, and we are having the calendar option, and we can select any of the date, and it is mandatory to select this value. If you are not filling this, it is giving the error, complete this field. So we have not done anything else, just one line of code will be giving us a good functionality of this particular field. Let us try if we want to make it read only. So for making it read only, we need to just give another option, say read only, is equal to true, nothing else. So I've just removed the required and just written the read only over here. So now you can see this is not editable and it is only read only now in this case. If you want to make it disabled, you can do that just using another tag, disabled. So now it will show as a field, but it would be disabled field. You cannot do anything on this. So these are some parameters you can use. I was telling that you can define the minimum and maximum value as well in this. So say I am just removing disabled, it is not disabled yet. And I want to define a particular date, that in this particular range only user should be able to select the date. So say minimum is equal to 20, say 0905, and I would define the maximum date. So say maximum is 2009, say 20. So within these days, just you use minimum and maximum, and you would be able to define that user would be able to select the dates between these dates only. You would not be able to view or select other dates. So let us see how it looks like. So if I want to select the date, you're able to see that I am only able to see the dates from 5th September to 20th September. I'm not able to select any other date over here. So if I want to add input type of date time, so for that, say lightning input type is equal to date time. Name I want to give to it, say input 2, and some label, date time field, and we can give some default value as well if you want to give. If you don't want to give, we can skip this particular parameter as well. So if I want to give, so I want to show you what is the syntax, for writing date time as well. So you will write date in the format YYYY hyphen mm and hyphen the date, and then you define time. So for time you will start with T and then you define some time over here, and you define Z at the last when it is completing. So this is the format how you define a particular date time in Lightning. So let us see how date time looks like. So this is another time. So you can see that it is showing date and time, which I have already defined over there. You can select date and time over here. So this is the date time field, date time input field. In the same way, if I want to, I can define the want user to input the color. So for that, I am having very small options. Just use lightning input, put the type is equal to color, and say I want to give a name to it, that is also color, and label I want to give is favorite color. So just this line will give you option that user can choose a color over here. So you can see there is a text box. User can directly enter the color code as well, or he can just pick any color from the picker as well. So automatically the color can be selected over here. So like this, we are having many options. For example, I want to give the option to upload the file. So for that, again, I will use lightning input, and type I need to define as file, name I want to give, say file1, and say label is attachment, and I want to define if you can select multiple files or only one file. So that depends upon if you give multiple is equal to true or false. If it is true, you can attach multiple files in this option. And now you can define that which type of files would be accepted over here. So for example, in any form, whenever you are filling any form where you need to submit some of your government proofs, etc. So, or a passport size photo, etc. So there you can restrict that only PDF type of files should be accepted or only zip file is accepted. So that you can define over here. So except, for example, I want to define the PNG file, say image/PNG, and I also want to give the acceptance to zip files. So say .zip file, and that's all. So by comma separated, you can define multiple types over here, and then you can define on change event, and on change event would be, so you can call any function in the controller. So the way you know, so I'll not write the controller over here, but I'm just telling you that how we can call any function over here. So say on the change of file, I want to call this particular method. So I'll just save it. Let us see how it looks like. So you can see the complete attachment option came by giving just one line of code, and it is giving the option to us to drop the files over here as well, or you can upload multiple files as well over here. And after uploading on change, this particular function also would be called, which will actually do the functionality that where you want to upload this particular file and save it. So that is all. So this is how we can give the option for Lightning, and it is also restricting you to accept the files only of PNG and .zip files. Okay, next one is the very basic one, the input text field. So for that, you need to just give a type, say string, and name you want to define as, say, input 3, label is, say, text field only. Let us see. So you can see a simple text field is created over here. We can make this text field as a live binding text field as well. So if I want to bind any attribute to this particular text field, that also I can do. So how I can bind it with any attribute? So first of all, I need to create an attribute, say aura attribute. I want to give some name. Say name is first name, and then type is, say, string. This attribute I have defined, and I want to bind my input text field with this particular attribute. How I can do that? So for that, first of all, name I have already given, label I have already given. I want to give a value. So if I give a simple default value, that would be displayed over here in the text field. Here, for doing the binding, what I am doing, I am just passing the attribute value, nothing else. So I am just defining v dot first name over here. So that should do the binding. So let us see if this binding is correct or not. So we will just try to print it at the same time. So say first name, I want to try it over here, that if it will print over here while typing. So let us see if it works. Not as of now. Let me see just a second. So aura attribute, name, first name, type. Let us see if it is working now. Yeah, it is working now. So you can see whatever you are writing, it is kind of live showing over here as well. So sometimes this is also a requirement that whenever user is entering something, so it should be binded with some other value where we are actually showing that how your form would be created. So whatever you will write, you can see it is a kind of live text field. So here what we have done, we have just done a binding with the attribute called first name, and we have given the value to that particular attribute, and we have just printed that value in at a separate place, which would be automatically shown over here. So these are very small but interesting functionalities which are given by Salesforce, and you can use it by just giving some small parameters. You need not to do a proper coding for that. So prior to that, if you would try implementing these functionalities in some other languages like Java, etc., it would be a lengthy task for you. So apart from that, if I want to give a password field, that also you can give by lightning input, and you need to define the type as password. Say label is required password field, and say I want to give it as required. We can define it as a true, and name I have missed. Say name is, so this is the password field. So whatever you write, it is in the password format. So like this, you can do many things. Let us see one or two more things. Say if you want to give a checkbox, sorry, you need to use only one tag, that is lightning input. The type would be defined as checkbox, and then you can give the label as a basic checkbox, and name you want to give 6. That's all. So this will give you the option to check the values as well if you want to give a particular checkbox. So a checkbox is created. If you want to create a button like checkbox, there is one more option, checkbox button. So nothing else I need to do. I think I will just change the type, and now you will be able to see that there is checkbox button option over here. One more thing is in the checkbox, you can define it as a toggle button as well. So in this way also you can create the checkbox. So like this, there are multiple options. You can just read through it and try, and these are very simple. Just you need to give some parameters, and you would be able to create very interactive forms so that user can input the values over here. Okay, so I think we are done with the how we can call the Apex class, how we can use the client-side controller, server-side controller, and pass the values from component to client-side controller, from client-side controller to our server-side controller, from server-side controller back to our client-side controller, and from client-side controller back to our component. So this complete structure we have talked about today with the examples. So today actually we will talk about the conditional statements, how we use if, else, etc. in Lightning components. So short topic, but we will take some examples so that it would be easier for understanding. So let us quickly go what we will talk about. We will talk about if condition, if else condition, multiple and or conditions if we want to use in the if or if else conditions. What is render if? What is the difference between aura if and render if and render if, and how we can do the iteration over here. So by looking at these, it seems that these are very straightforward if else conditions which we have done in Apex as well, but it is not actually, because it is these if else conditions are basically on the basis of UI components that you want to render these components or not. So let us see how it works. So for if condition, if I talk about, we are having a tag that is called aura if. So aura if is evaluates whenever the is true expression is true. So we define the is true parameter in the aura if tag, and if that is true, whenever that is true, then only that particular part of code, whatever you have written over there in the aura if tag, would be instantiating, would be rendered. Otherwise, it would not be initialized. You can define aura if as well as you can define else condition as well over here. So it works very same like if else conditions we have used in Apex as well, but it works on the components that there is. For example, you need to create a particular component in UI, a small part of your web screen, and that depends upon some particular value, that if this condition happens, if this expression is true, then only this particular component should be visible to user, otherwise it should not be visible. Or you can, the second option is, if this expression is true, then this particular part of component would be shown to user, else there is some other component which should be shown. So like that, the components of web would be shown to the user. So it basically telling that it would instantiate the components in either its body or else attribute. Only one branch would be created and rendered, either of the if or of the else condition. And switching condition unrenders and destroys the current branch and generates the other. So previous one branch means the part of the screen, the component that would be basically destroyed previously, and the new would be generating at that time. So it would be creating whenever the is true condition is met in this case, and the sample code would be in the aura component. You will use, say there is one attribute or attribute. This is normal. We have just defined an attribute of type Boolean and given the default as true. And now you can use aura if is true is equal to, you can give any expression. So here we have given the expression that v dot boolean, so it has taken the value from this particular attribute, and if it is true, so it becomes true, and whatever you will write in this particular aura if component, that would be executed, and you are closing the aura if over here. So it is the sample code for only for aura if, it is not having the else condition over here. Else condition, how we can write, it would be simple aura component. Aura if, we will define is true is equal to some expression, if it is true or false. If it is true, we are printing true. How we are defining the else? So for else, we are having another tag that is called aura set, and we are defining attribute as else in this particular tag, and this would become the else condition for our if else code. And after that, whatever code you will write, that would be executed, and you can close the aura set and aura if after that. So this way the else would be created. We will take the examples and it would be more clearer then. Then comes the multiple and or conditions. So we have already talked about expressions, that how expression we can write. So here also the expressions works. So in the previous example, we have just taken a simple expression that it is just giving the value of some particular attribute over here, if it is true or false. Here it is creating some expression. So you can write any kind of expression over here. You can give any calculation. You can give the value of any multiple attributes as well. So ultimately, which gives us an output as a Boolean value, true or false. So here, for example, there are two parameters we are using. First is true, second is true. And these are two attributes, and we have taken the values of that, and we want to give a and operator option, and operator within these two values. So for that the syntax would be and the first attribute comma second attribute. So in that way you can use and you can use or as well. In the same way you can just use or, and in the brackets you can use first attribute and second attribute. So the important thing we need to take care over here, that in the apex when we were using and or operators, we were able to use these signs, double ampersand and two pipes for or in between over here as well. So there the syntax was kind of v dot first is true, ampersand ampersand, v dot second is true, or we were able to use v dot first is true in capital and v dot second is true. But here those are, we cannot use these operators over here. Over here the syntax would be only, we will be using and. This is also case sensitive. It would be small only. You cannot use the capital A and D over here. It would be small and you will define the attributes in the brackets, and this will give us the output if it is true or false. So accordingly it will work. So we will take the example of this as well. Let us try out some things over here. Yeah. So I want to create another lightning component, or if example. So here, let me just create few attributes first, so that we can use those attributes in our if-else conditions. So say our attribute name is equal to variable 1. Type I want to define as Boolean. Say default is equal to true. So let us create 4 attributes. Say 2, 3, 4. So these are 4 attributes I have created. Now let us say I want to use the or if condition, if else condition I am using over here. So for that, first of all, we are having the tag that is or if, and I need to mandatorily use this parameter that is called is true is equal to, and here I can define any particular attribute, the value of the attribute which I have defined above, so that I would be getting to know that if it is true or not. So here let us give different attributes as a different values. Say first one is true, say second one is false, say third is true, and fourth is false, so that we would be able to use if else conditions accordingly. So say is true is equal to v dot say variable 2, or let us say variable 1 first of all. And yeah, so my aura if tag is started over here, and so I'm just defining, say I want to give a div tag with just giving a background color. Say background is light blue. Okay, so within this div tag, I want to, for example, write something that this should be displayed. So by default, it should be displayed. Why? Uh, my div tag is not. Just a second. I'm just writing it. Then I'll explain to you. Say div. Okay. So div I have defined. This is fine. This is multiple time. Okay. Div is closed. Yeah, now it is fine. So ultimately, what I am trying to write over here, that aura if I am defining is true as attribute, that is variable 1, which is by default true. So ultimately is true becomes true. So this if condition would be true, and whatever we are writing over here, that would automatically be executed. So here I have just defined a div style where with the background color of light blue, and I'm just writing a text that this should be displayed as variable 1 is true in this case. Okay, we were getting some error while saving as well. Okay, I'm doing a lot of spelling mistakes today. Sorry for that. Okay, now it is working. So let us create an application quickly so that we can view the output. For a example, let us quickly see the preview, what it shows. So you can see it is giving us the this should be displayed as variable 1 is true. So nothing special over here because normally it is printing. But now if I want to use the else condition as well, or we are using false, say we are using false option over here, so in that case it should not display. Let us see. So you can see this is not rendered now. It is blank because the variable 2 is false. So like this, the if condition works. Say I want to give the if else condition now. So for if I'm using the same code, say like this, and in this I'm just using variable 2, so that would be false. And here I want to define the else condition as well. So once I have defined it, within the if I need to define the else condition. So it would be another component or another tag, sorry, or a set attribute else. So it will give us, it will start the code for the else condition, and in else condition, say again I want to give some text. So let me copy it. So this is false, so it should not be displayed. So let me write it. This should not be displayed as variable 2 is false, and because we're using else condition over here, this would be displayed. This should be displayed as if condition is not satisfied in this case. Okay, let us see how it looks like if it is giving this or it is wrongly giving this option as well. So So you can see the else condition is executed, and only whatever I have written in the else condition, that is displayed over there. So this is just for showing purposes. I am just writing some one-liner over here. So you can create any tags over here so that you can create any form. So in the if, you want to create different form using the lightning input tags, and in else you want to create some other form, and depends upon the condition which one would be rendered. Now comes the AND condition. So let us see. After this, I want to give some, means use the AND condition and OR condition which we have just talked about. So for example, I want to write or if is true is equal to AND condition between variable 1 and variable 2. So for that, the syntax would be AND, which would be in small letters, and I need to define which two attributes I want to put AND operator in between. So v dot variable 2 close curly brackets, and my aura if condition is created. So say I'm just writing that this is the AND example. So as both are true, it should be the output of this particular expression should be true. So ultimately this should be displayed. So I'm just writing as variable 1 is true and variable 2 is variable 1 is true, variable 2 is false, sorry. So it would be ultimately variable 1 is true, variable 2 is false. So ultimately this would be giving the output as false. So it should not be executed. So say as variable 1 is true and variable 2 is false, should not be displayed. So in the same way, let me just copy it and let me see. Let me just use it as 3. So 3 is true, 1 is true. So it should be displayed. Let us see which one is displaying out of it. So you can see it is giving an example. It should not be displayed. Why? Let me see. Okay, it should be displayed. Sorry. Yeah, so it is saying it should be displayed. So this one code is displaying, this one is not displaying. So like this, your OR if condition works. In the same way, OR condition would also work. So you will use the OR in the same way. I will define add OR at the place of and I will define variable 1 or variable 2 I am defining, because variable 1 is true, variable 2 is false. So OR condition between true and false will give me output as true, so it should be displayed. So let us say OR example, it should be displayed in this case. You can see OR example, it should be displayed, it is showing us. And if at the same case I will take both as false, that is variable 2 and variable 4, say variable 2 and variable 4 I am taking, and OR between this means false or false, it would be ultimately give the false, so it will not be displayed in this case. So you can see now it is not displaying. So in this way you can use if else conditions with expressions of and or as well. Apart from that, you can use the and or together as well. So for example, I want to give the and, means use the and condition between variable 1 and say variable 3 and condition, and or condition between this expression and variable 2. So that also I can do. So ultimately it would be giving me the AND condition between variable 1 and variable 3, that is true and true. So the output of this would be true, and then there would be OR operator between this expression that is coming out to be true and variable 2, that is a false. So output would ultimately be true in this case. So it should be displayed. So in this way also you can use the complex ways as well. So you can use multiple and or operators as well over here. So this is the way how you use the if and else conditions in our Lightning component. Okay, so next one is render if. So it is also working very similar to aura if, just the tag would be different. You would be using aura render if at the place of aura if, and otherwise everything is same. You would be using is true is equal to any value true or false is there, and you will be defining true or false, and then you are using aura set with attribute else for the else condition. So everything is same, just you are using aura render if at the place of aura if. So it also gives you the option to conditionally render the components, its contents, whatever you are writing over here. Else attribute would be giving the option to render the alternative option if is true component which you are defining is false. So everything is same. So we will not take the example of this because you are just changing one word over here. Now we will see what is the difference. If everything is same, what is the difference? The difference is in the background actually. So whenever you use aura if, it actually doesn't instantiate both of the part of component. So for example, yeah, so this is aura if we have used and else is there. So in this case, if this is true, so this would be executed and rendered on the screen, and this would not be rendered. So it is not only about rendering. So if it is true, this would create, instantiate this particular part of component, and it will not even instantiate, means it will not even create this component in the background. And when this would be false, it will create this component and would render on the screen, and this part of component would not even be created in the background. So it is not like that it is created in the background and we are just showing one out of those. The other one which is false, that is not even instantiated, not even created. So with that, the performance is increased, because here we are just writing a text, so there is not much difference. But if we are creating a complete form on the basis of some condition, say if it is true, a full pager form you are creating over here, and in the else condition, another form you are creating, which needs to be rendered. So if both would be rendered, so the performance would be decreased. So in the case of aura f, one would not be rendered, whichever is false, and only another would be rendered. But in the case of render if you will use render if over here, all the functionality would be same. You would not be able to view the difference on the screen on the UI, but in the background, the performance would be decreased because render if instantiates both the components, both the forms. It would create both the components on the screen, and one would be hidden. Only one would be rendered and second would be hidden. In the aura if case, only one would be created and that would be shown. The other would not even be created in the background. So as per, that's why the Salesforce also recommends to use aura if wherever possible. Do not use render if, so that the performance can be increased. But now the question is, if the performance is better in Aura F, and both are having the same functionality, Aura F and on Aura Render If, then what is the use of Render If? So there are some scenarios where we would be needing both type of components as well. So in sometimes you need the first component, and sometimes you need the second component. So say your attribute is getting changed in between whenever user is doing some activity on the screen, and on those basis your attribute is getting changed and your if else conditions are also getting changed. So in that case it is better that both components are instantiated in starting itself, and just we are re-rendering those things that at this in this condition this particular part would be visible, and another condition this particular part would be visible. So in that case, you can use the render if. Otherwise, you are just using if else conditions, then try to use or if. That would improve the performance of your component. So we'll not take the example for this because ultimately on the screen it would be same what we have used in the aura if only. So there would not be difference over here. Next comes the iteration. So as we have used the iteration in the Apex classes, in the Visual Force, everywhere we have used the iteration. So iteration is nothing but with some list of values, we are going in the loop. So for in the Apex class, we were using the for loops for that, or while loop, etc. And in Visual Force also, we have used the iteration tags. So in the same way, we are having the iteration in Lightning as well. So we can iterate over a list of items, and accordingly we can do some logic in each of the items for each of the items. So it basically iterate over the array, whatever array you have defined or list you have defined in your code if you are having any list. And for the each element, you can use a tag that is called aura iteration that will iterate over all the list of items and renders the body of the tag for each item. So whatever logic you have written in the iteration tag, so it would be executed for each one of items over here. And the data change, whatever is done in the collection, that would be automatically re-rendered on the page when your iteration is going on. And let us see a small example. Try to write. Let me create a lightning component of type iteration example. So here, for example, I am creating one attribute first of all, say, or attribute. I have to give the name as, say, groceries. List of groceries I am creating over here. Type of this is list, and default is eggs, bread. So I'm just creating a small list of groceries over here. So with each value, I want to iterate over and maybe try to print something over there. So the attribute I have created, after that I am just using the aura handler. We have used it earlier for initializing it at the page load. So say name is equal to init and value would be this, and then I need to define the action which would be called, which we will define in the controller as well. We have done this earlier. So in the same way, I will just use c dot init, which is the name which we will define in the controller right now. And once handle is defined, I will use the iteration. So for that, I will use the tag that is aura iteration, and I need to define the items that what is the list on which iteration needs to be made, and items would be the attribute which I have just defined, that is groceries. So I'll just mention that over here. So the values of that would be v dot groceries, and now I need to define a variable how I will iterate over all the items. So it is very similar to the for loop, just the syntax is different. So we are taking this variable over here, variable is item, and this is the complete list. So we will iterate over here, and at the time of iteration you can do anything on this particular item. For example, I want to just print the name of the item, nothing else. So see, paragraph tag I have created, so I am just putting item name, nothing else. So I'm iterating over here. I can do any changes as well. So here I am just printing the value of the list which is available in the groceries. Nothing else I am doing. Now for the controller, let me create so that it would be executed when when the page would be initialized. So init function, I'm just taking a list over here. So list would be from fetching it from component dot get, it would be v dot groceries. I hope the spellings are correct. Then you can write some logic over here, whatever logic you want to implement on this particular initialization, and then you can set back the values to the component directly. So here, as I have not done any changes, so I'm just setting the same list back to the component over here. If you do some changes, maybe the complete list can be changed, or something can be appended to the values, etc. That can be done. Here I am not doing any change, so I am just returning back the same list which I have got from the component back to the component from controller. So it would be displayed over here. Let us see if it is displaying or not. Say iteration example app, and iteration example. So you can see the three values of the list are displaying, so one by one. So automatically how it works, so attribute is defined, groceries, there are few values I have defined in the list. Then I have given one handler so that at the time of loading this page, this would be called, this action would be called. In this particular action, what I am doing, I am just getting the list of groceries. I can do some logic over here, write some logic to change this list, or do some other logic. And after the logic, if I want whatever I want to return, so it is not necessary that I will return only grocery list only. I can do some other things as well. So here I am just returning the groceries list, the same groceries list which I have got from the component, returned back to the component. And in the component, I am doing the iteration on the groceries list using the aura iteration tag. And in that, I have defined the list of items by a parameter that is called items. And I have defined one variable on which the iteration would happen, that is variable item. And using this particular variable, I can do some changes, do some how the operation, how the code needs to be fired for each of the item in this particular list, that I can display over here. For simplicity, I have just displayed the item name, nothing else. And this would actually work, and I have created the app where I have called this particular component, and it is just iterating over each of the values of groceries list, and it is showing over there. Okay. Today we will talk about some more tags which can be used. We will talk about how we can validate the fields, how we can validate the fields on input field, a few more tags which can be used, which would be useful, how we can do the error handling and make the spinner. So validating fields, you all know that what the validating field means. So basically for displaying the error message at the input fields, like if it is required or there is some other requirement, like it is a number, but you have entered some other character or length. Also you can define that in this particular text area you can put length of 6 only, but you have put more than that. So those kind of validations we can put. So there are multiple ways to put the validations as well. So there are few built-in validations available for the components. Like in the previous class also we have talked about, in some of the tags you can use the required field, you can use the number of characters limit as well. So some by default options are available in few tags. You can directly use the parameters to define the validation on those particular tags. So here a few more tags are listed. So we will talk about and try to create these tags as well today, that how these tags works. So basically these are, some of them are lightning checkbox group, combo box, input field, radio group, select slider, text area. So checkbox group is basically having the multiple checkbox in your web page. If you want, a group can be created and a list would be created, and on the basis of those lists, that particular list, a complete group would be created. If there are 10 items in the list and you are using that particular used list in the checkbox group, then you will get a group of 10 checkbox values defined in the list actually. So how it will work, we will try to write some code. Then comes the combo box. So combo box is basically, again we are having list of options, and basically combo box is the drop down, the pick list. So we can create the pick list, and we can select one or multiple values using this combo box tag. Lightning input we have talked about in detail in the last class. Then comes the lightning input field. So input field is basically binding your field with the actual field in the object, like we were using in Visualforce page as well. So if you're using this for a particular object, then it is binding your field with your object field, taking the same data type and the label, etc., and ultimately and fetching the details of that particular record as well. So using that we can create a form, proper form for to edit a particular record as well. Then comes the radio group. It is similar to the checkbox group. So if you want multiple radio buttons on the basis of a list, so you can use radio group over here. Then comes the select. Select is basically kind of again a pick list only. So if you use select, in select tag you will use the options tags for having multiple options which you can select in the pick list. Then comes the lightning slider. So slider is just for giving a slider. Using the slider you can select any particular value. For example, in any of the websites where you need to doing the insurance of your car, etc., so there are some websites where there is an option to select the IDV or select the price, that which price range you are looking for. So there are some sliders from this range to this range. You can slide and select any particular value using this slider. So you can use the slider tag for creating that in single line only. And then definitely text area. So using text area you can create a text area using the lightning text area. So let us try to write a couple of them, and the remaining you can try later on. Let's go to developer console. So let us try to create a lightning component, say checkbox group. So here I just want to create a checkbox group and how it looks like. So first of all, let us create a aura attribute. Give the name as options. Type is equal to list. and I'm just defining a default value for these options. So say default values, some two values I want to give for creating two checkboxes in this particular group. So say label for that is say Ronnie. Value for that is option 1. Same way I can create another value, say, and value I am giving as option 2. So this is the array I have given in the default value, and where I have defined a label and value for two values. So this particular list we will use in the checkbox group for creating multiple checkbox in my Lightning component. Now I want to create another attribute where actually I will define the value of my particular checkbox, that which particular checkbox in the checkbox group have been selected by the user. So that would be stored in this particular attribute. So say type that is also list if there are multiple checkbox which has been selected by the user, and the default value I'm defining is say option 1. Now I'm using the tag, the checkbox group, that is Lightning checkbox group, and I'm just giving some name to it. Say box group, and label is also checkbox group. And now I need to define the options. The options I need to take from the list which I have defined above. So options would be v dot options, like that. And then I am defining the value for that. And value I have just told another attribute we have created for that. So v dot value, and say I want to do something on change event. So say at on change you want to call this particular method in the controller. Say c dot change. So that's how my component for checkbox group has been created. And for handle change, whatever code we can write in this handle change, just create the controller and say in handle change, I want to just want to alert the value which has been selected by the user. As of now, for the example purposes, you can do any particular transactions selecting a particular checkbox. So say event.get param, I'm just alerting what is the value has been selected by the user. That's all. So for using it, for previewing, I need to create the application as well. Say checkbox group app. Group. And at the same time, I need to define SLDS. Okay, let us see the preview. So you can see the checkbox has been created, and by default, the first value I have defined as which is already checkbox. And I am clicking on it. The handle change event is method is getting called, which is giving an alert that which all checkboxes are checked. So here the benefit of that is you can create a number of lists. So whatever list you will provide over here, it will be giving the list of checkbox in that particular group itself. Okay, let us quickly take another example. Say for combo box. So for combo box also means you can do the same way. You can create in the same way which I have created right now. But I want to take another example in the combo box so that you would be having the additional thing. Sorry, before that in the checkbox group, you can also define required is equal to true as well over here for defining if you want to give you want to make it mandatory. So in that case, it will automatically give you the error messages. So you need not to define these things at how the error should display and all. This would be taken care by Salesforce at the background itself. Okay, now I want to create a combo box, and combo box I want to give another example that we will create the option in the JavaScript. Here we have created in the component itself, we have created the attribute, and in that we have created multiple options, multiple checkboxes. Let us create a combo box, and in which we will create the options in the JavaScript, not in the component itself. In that way, there would be kind of two different ways you can create these things. So I am taking the example so that we can create in the JavaScript itself. So say combo box. I have just defined the component, and let us define attribute for options list default. Let us make it as blank. Let us make use aura handler, which we have used earlier for initializing it at the time of loading itself. Init value is equal to, and action is equal to c dot init, which is a function we will define in the controller, the handler. Now we will use the lightning combo box tag for creating a combo box. So it would be lightning combo box. Let us define a name, say general. Label maybe many options. You can define any placeholder as well in the field till the time it is any value is not selected. So say select an option, and now I am defining the options. So options would be the attribute we have already defined, that is v dot, but options we have not yet created over here, that we will create in the JavaScript. And then you can define the on change as well, that whenever the value is being changed, so this method can be called at that time in your controller. Handle change like that, and my component is completed. Let us quickly create a controller. So controller name would be init over here, as we have called the c.init. And in this particular controller, so I'm defining the list of items which I want to create. So initially it would be blank. Then with the for loop, I want to create multiple options. Say I want to create a list of 500 items in the pick list. So for that I am just using a for loop, defining variable I is equal to 0, I less than say 500, and I plus plus. So here we were creating a for loop and we were just defining the variable item, so which was initialized as blank earlier. Now we are giving the values to it. So for that, simple we are giving the label first of all. See, label is say I plus option. I'm just giving 0 option, 1 option, 3 option, 2 option like that. And so label I have defined for this particular item and then defining the value for it. See, value is I dot. I'm just giving a value to it, converting the i's value in the string over here and give the value for that particular item. So in the for loop, we are defining it so that around 500 values would be created, the items would be created, and ultimately I'm just pushing it in the array which we have defined, that is items dot push item. So my array items would be created, and later on I'm just setting it in my component using component dot set, and in the options attribute I'm setting this particular array which I have just created. This was the first function which I have defined as init, and another function I can define if I want to use another function, that is handle change. That also I can write over here. So like function says cmp and event I want to pass over here, and whatever action I want to take on change of the value in the pick list, that I can define over here. So say handle change, and here I want to define say the selected option value, which value I have selected, and I'm just taking it from the event dot get param, which we have used multiple times for the value, and just giving an alert of that particular value. Say option selected with say value, so it would be select option value. Okay, that's all. Some issues there. I think some bracket is extra. Okay, that is good. So yeah, we are getting some error. I think this is the extra. Yeah, now we are able to save it, and let us try to run. We will be having more clarity that what we have created. Say combo box app. Box and extend is equal to force radius. So if we will preview it, so there is one pick list, one combo box which has been created. The placeholder is coming as select an option, which we have defined over here. Select an option, and if you click on it, you can see you are having a lot of options, up to 499. From 0 to 499, it is showing 0 option, 1 option, 2 option, 3 option. Why it is showing like that? So as I was just explaining, so in the controller, we have defined at the time of initialization, basically how this code would work. Basically, we have defined the list of options, which is blank as of now. And at the time of initialization of this particular component, we are calling this particular method. So it would be called automatically at the time of initialization itself. And it is defining number of items, which would be blank. So number of items are nothing but these values of this particular combo box. And from 0 till 500, we are running this particular loop. So ultimately, as we are using I less than 500, it will start from I equal to 0 and I till 499 because it is less than 500. Then we are just defining, as I have just explained, we are creating an item, and item label would be I plus option. That is coming over here 0 option, 1 option, 2 option, 3 option. And ultimately we are pushing it in the items array, and this array we are defining the options in the component options attribute. So that's why you are able to see values from 0 option till 499 option over here. And whenever you are selecting any value, you are able to see, as we have created another function that is handle change. So whenever any value is selected or changed in the pick list, so it will call this particular function, and whatever you have written in this particular function, that would be executed. So as of now, I have just put an alert that what is the option selected. So that alert would be fired and giving us the value, that what value I have just selected. Okay, so this is the way. The first way was, I have told you, we can directly give the values over here in this particular default list as well. And so here we have created it in JavaScript. So with a small code, we have created a long list of items in the combo box using the JavaScript small for loop. Next, one more example we will take for the input fields, because that is the important thing you need to create if you are creating any of the record, say account record or contact record, or you want to edit a particular record. You need to use the input field for binding the field with the object field. So for that, let us create another component, input field. I'm taking the example name. So here we will define that how we can use the form, and in that form a particular record can be created or edited of particular object. So simple or a component, and there is one tag that is called lightning record edit form. So whenever you want to use a particular record which is already available in the org, or you want to create any new record for a particular object, you use lightning record edit form, and in that you give the basic details, like you want to define an ID. Say ID I want to define is create account form. I want to define the object, that for which particular object this form needs to be created. So for that I want to define that what is the object API name. So that parameter is object API name, and you can define the object name, for example account or contact or opportunity, whatever object you want to create the record for, and then say on submit. So as this is the form which we are creating, when the form would be submitted, what action needs to be taken. So at that time, I want to fire a particular method which would be defined in the controller, so that I can define over here. So for example, say I want to call a function, say handle submit, which I can define in my controller. So in this way, I can create the edit form. So in the edit form, so this is fine for the account object specifically. Now I want to find some of the fields as well. So very simple, as it was very simple in the Visualforce page as well. So in the same way, we just define the tag that is lightning input field, and just we need to define the field name. So if we define the field name as name, so it will automatically take all the parameters of this particular field from the account object, and it will create a field for you in the form. That's all. We need not to write anything else. So in the same way, input field, field name I want to define, say phone number. Say you want to define the billing address as well. So input field name is equal to say billing address. So now I want to just create a button, say lightning button, on clicking of which the form would be actually submitted, and the on submit function would be called. So if I will give this type as submit, so automatically when you click on this particular button on submit, action event would be fired. So name, whatever name I can give over here, say submit, and I want to define a label. Say this is also submit. Okay, so in this way we can create a small edit form and we can use the input field. So let us quickly see how it looks like. I want to create an app for looking the preview. So say input field, and I want to extend that's all. So you can see a form has been created. So in this particular form, we have defined the object API name as account, and for the account field, we have taken the input field for name. So it is showing account name over here, and by default, whatever data type or wired etc would be defined over here, that would be automatically applicable over here. As the account name is required, so it is automatically giving me the star against this, and if I am putting it empty, it is giving me error as well, that you need to complete this particular field. At the same time, for the phone number, it has taken all, the label automatically from the object itself, that is account phone, and then we have taken the field as billing address. So billing address, as we know, that it is a combination of multiple fields. So it is showing billing street, billing city, billing state, billing zip, billing country, etc. everything, and there is a submit button. So if you click on submit button, you will get an error as well automatically that please fill out this particular field. So it is very simple to create a small form and create a form in the Lightning in that way. So if we want to create a particular account, say I want to create Samsung Electronics, I want to give some phone number and some address I want to define, say billing street, some city, etc. I want to define over here and submit. So it is giving us the error because we have not defined the handle submit function in our controller. So once you define, that particular function would be called and your form would be working perfectly fine. So, and at the same time, this is for creating a new record, new account record over here. If you want to create or you want to edit a particular record, so you can just define the record ID as well in this particular tag. So that can be dynamically edited as well. Here I am just hard coding for showing you. So see, there is a record. Let me take a particular account record over here for defining it. Say I want to take this particular account. I'm just taking ID of this and defining in the record ID parameter. So if we update the preview, so you will be able to see that already whenever form has been created in that particular form, your values of that particular record are already available, and you can just change it over here and save the particular record. So in that way you can create the form with a very small code, and you can bind the fields over here, whatever fields you're having for that particular object in this particular form. And the next one is error handling. So we are having a separate error handling framework in the Lightning component as well. So there are some default ways for doing the error handling, and some custom ways also we can use. So if you talk about the default way how the error handling works in the Lightning components, so basically one default error component is there, that is called UI input default error. And whenever you are using, so you can use this particular error component as well directly when you are doing the error handling, or you can use another way, that is component dot set, and you define some message at v dot errors using component dot set statement, and you define just some error message in the v dot errors. So in that case also, it ultimately use the UI input default error only in the background, or you can directly use UI input default error as well. So there are two ways for doing the error handling over here, and you can do any kind of validation etc. over here as well. And let us take the example for that, for getting it more clearly. Let us go to the developer console, back to developer console, and I want to create another component, say input default error. So in this, I'm just taking a small example for validating a particular field, that you can put only a number, you cannot put any other value apart from number in this particular field. So that small validation I want to create in this particular component. So let us see how we can handle the error over here. So component I'm defining, I'm just creating a input text, say, and enter a number, and UI input text. So I'm just defining aura ID, say it is input CMP, and I'm just defining any label over there. So I'm creating a button, and label I'm defining as submit, and press I am defining that whenever this button is pressed, so at that time give C dot. So this particular method we will define in the controller, which would be basically called. That's all. A small component we have created. Let us go to the controller, and in the controller I'm just defining the method that is called toAction, and in this particular controller I am just defining a variable, say input CMP, or any name we can give. So component dot find, as we have talked about the aura ID in the previous class, that how we can take the value of this particular aura ID. So first of all, we need to use component dot find, and need to define the value of that particular aura ID, say input CMP in our case, and I want to take the value out of that particular aura ID now. That would be, say, input CMP, that is the variable name, input CMP dot get, and I just define v dot value. So I want to take the value out of that particular aura ID. So I have received it and saved it in the value variable. Now I'm just checking if it is not a number. This value which is being entered is not a number. So for that we are having inbuilt function is NaN, is not a number. So if it is not a number, it will return true out of that it is the value you have entered is not a number. And in that case, you can just use set that particular attribute as I have just explained while we were talking about the PPT, and that we can set the value using the b dot errors, and we can just define what message we want to give as the error. So message I want to define as a input. I want to give this particular error over here, and in the case of else I want to define say input cmp dot set, and in the same way p dot errors, as in the else case means there are no errors, I'm just defining it as null. So it is basically checking if it is not a number, it will give us the error input is not a number. So as I've told that when you use the v dot errors, it will by default create the UI input default error in the background, which will be used automatically. So let us create the application quickly. Say input default error app, submit, and just I'm calling C input default error. Say extends is equal to. So in this case, you are defining enter a number, and if I am putting a number, that is all fine. I'm not putting a number, so it is giving us the error input not a number. So if I'm making it blank, it is automatically removing that error as well. So in that way, you can create multiple validations in your form. Whenever you are creating any form, any text field, etc., you can define the errors, you can define the validations using in these ways, like we have taken a small example over here. Okay, so by the way, this example which we have taken, this is just a small example for giving you the insights that how we can put any validation. So it is not always true that you need to put the validation on the number. Maybe you need to put the validation on some other thing as well. You want to check the length of that particular field, if the length is more than 5 like that. So in that case, you use that if the length of this particular value is greater than this like that, and you give the errors, you set the errors accordingly. Because for the number, definitely you can define directly input number as well. So totally depends upon the requirement of the business, requirement of the application, that how you need to define that particular application. So if you define the input number, in that case, you will not be able to enter any other character as well in this particular field. But maybe it depends upon the requirement of the application, that you want to use the input text. In some of the scenarios, you want to give a user to access to enter any value without number as well. So on those basis, it can be defined that which particular tag we need to use while creating the application. Okay, so I was telling that there are two ways. So one way we have already taken, that we will directly set v dot errors, and the other way is that we can directly use the input default error tag as well. So let me quickly create that. It is not having much difference, but let us quickly create, and I want to show you that how you can use the input default error tag as well. So input default error C2. So just I'm defining attribute quickly. Say attribute name is equal to, I want to set the warnings in this particular attribute. Type of that particular attribute is the array of strings, so that if you are having multiple warnings, you can define over here. And description, you want to define, say, warning for text. So like that, you can just define an attribute for giving the warnings. So I'm just defining input text like we have defined in the previous example. So input text ID is equal to, say, input CMP, and I want to define a label that is called number. Just created the text field over here. Now additional thing is the input default error tag, which we were talking about, which would be created automatically. It would be created, but it will be created automatically in our previous example. We have not used this particular tag, but in this particular example, we are using this particular tag explicitly. So say our ID, say, is equal to, and value I'm defining as v dot. So warnings is nothing but this particular attribute. So ultimately we are setting these warnings in this particular attribute so that we can show any warnings which are available over here. And then the same button I want to create. So label for that button is submit, and on pressing of that particular button, that's all. So our component has been created. Let us create a controller quickly, and in the controller I am calling the do action over here, and in the same way we have created previous controller. So I'm just creating a variable input CMP, and in the component finding the aura ID that was input CMP, very same we have taken in the previous example. And in the same way define the value input CMP dot get v dot value. We have done checked is a number value, and the difference over here is we are not defining the v dot errors over here directly. We are defining any error in the attribute that we have defined as warnings. So component dot set, just define v dot warnings, and here you can define the error that input is not a number, like that. And in the same way else component dot set, and we are defining that v dot warnings are null in else case. So code is almost same, just the difference is there we were using the v dot errors, and which would ultimately change it into the input default error in the background, but here we are using it explicitly, and we have created one attribute for showing the warnings, and those warnings we are setting in the controller. So these are two ways we can create it. So let us quickly see if it is working fine. Default error 2, so you can see output is very same, just the way of using this particular validation was different. So here we have just used the input default error explicitly, which would be used created automatically in the previous example. Okay, let us move back to our PPT. So we have talked about the error handling, how we can use input default error, or we can use the v dot errors, defining the messages, error messages, and you can show the validation error, whatever validation you want to put into your form. And then there are some other ways of doing the handling as well. So in the same way we have done the error handling in the previous example, the default error handling. In the UI input, we can handle the error using the on error and on clear error events as well. So those are also used in a similar way. So like we are having one example that Aura component, we are just putting a number. So similar example that we want to give the validation on a number, that number, whatever you are entering should be a number only. So you are putting a number, input number, you are just defining Aura ID, and you are defining on error, this particular function should be called. So a button is there, at the time of pressing the button, do action would be called, and we can define the controller like do action and put same way we have taken the value out of that particular Aura ID. We are checking if it is not a number, we can define the errors in the v dot errors, very same way we have used. And then you can define another function, that is handle error, that I was telling, that on error you are calling another method that is called handle error, and in that you are defining the logic, that what error handling you want to do, what custom error handling you want to do. I think you must be getting the difference. So here we have talked about the default error, that whenever error is coming, you are just displaying an error message that this is the issue, this is the error in this particular value you are entering. In this particular type of handling, you are having the same thing which we have done earlier, but in addition, you are having another method which is being called when the error is coming. So you must be seeing that this is very same code which we have already written 2 times, that we are just putting a value, that input is not a number which you are entering. Additionally, when error will come, at that time this particular method would also be called, and here you can do any custom handling for that particular error. For example, you want to create a log. You have created error log object where you want to insert any of the errors. Any of the errors which are coming, those should be inserted in that particular error log object. So that you can do in this particular method. So these kind of functionalities you can do. So in this particular example, like what we have done, that we have just taken the error. We are getting the errors using the get param, event.getParam, and using the for loop, we are just printing it in console.log, that whatever errors are coming, we are printing over here. So in that way, you can do any of the error handling. And the next one is on clear errors. When the error has been cleared, at that time you want to do some other logic, so you can create another method as well, and you can define any logic over here as well. So I will suggest you to try this thing by your own, and it is very similar, nothing difficult. Try it on your own. Okay. Then comes the validation on lightning input field. So in the lightning input field, you can use some of the parameters which are by default available. So a lot of parameters we have talked about already in previous class as well on the lightning input. So there are a few more things like show help message if invalid, if any invalid, if form is in invalid state, user is putting some bad values, in that case you can give a custom message using this particular parameter into your lightning input tag. Check validity tag is there if the property value which you have defined in this particular lightning input is valid, so you can define if it is valid or not. So, and the validity errors you can show accordingly in the lightning input by using these particular parameters. In the same way, there is a set custom validity parameter. So where you can define a custom error message whenever input value is submitted and is wrong. In the same way, report validity. If input is invalid, you can define, you can report the validity for that as well. So basically these error messages you can define in the input field, and with some of the conditions you can use these particular error messages, like when a bad input is entered by the user, when the pattern is mismatched. Pattern may be, for example, you are putting any value, you are asking user to put any value, and in that particular field you want to define that maximum of 6 characters can be entered by the user, not more than that. So you can define a pattern. Or if there is, say, some SSN number you want to user to enter, so you can define a pattern as well into your lightning input tag. And if that pattern is mismatched, in that case, you can use these particular parameters showing the custom errors that the pattern you have entered in this particular SSN number field is mismatched. Those kind of errors you can define. If a value is not there, for example, required, you have made a field as required. So at that time also you can give some custom errors. If the value is long, if the value is short, or date field you have defined that it should be in this particular range only from 5th of this month to 20th of this month, and it should not be in any other range. So if user has entered any other date, so in that case also these particular parameters would be used for showing the custom validation errors, custom error messages. So these also you can try by your own. A lot of when you will go for the lightning input field, I think you must have tried the lightning input field, as we have already talked about in detail for this particular tag in previous class. Apart from that, if you find more things, you will be getting a lot of things and lot of examples as well online. Just try out all of these. There is some example also, it has been mentioned over there. You can use this example as well in the PPT. For example, here we have used one parameter in the lightning input, message when type mismatch. So this is of type email, and when you are defining type is equal to email, it will automatically check the syntax for your email if it is correct or not, if it is valid email or not. So if it is not valid, for example, you have not written .com or something like that in the last, or you have not used @ some type of mismatch is there. So it will give a custom error message what you have defined over here, like message when type mismatch. So you can define any message over here, that message would be displayed. So this is kind of the default validations which have been provided by the Salesforce. So in the same way, there was one more message when value missing. So you can define the custom message over here as well. So like that, you can use and try a lot of things in the lightning input as well. That how the error can be displayed, the custom error can be displayed. You can try for this example. Then comes the spinner. So spinner, you are knowing that whenever you are using any of the websites and whenever you are submitting any particular form and there is some processing going on, so one spinner is being available of different shapes in different websites, so that you would be able to know that yes, some processing is going on in the background. Because if you will not give the spinner after submitting the form, the screen would stay intact. The user will not get to know that something is going on first of all, and he will be getting impatient that I'm not sure if anything is happening or not. So spinner is very important part whenever you are creating any of the web applications, so that you can provide the spinner at the time of submitting a form or any processing, so that user will be waiting for that particular transaction. I'll not take full-fledged example that when we are creating or fetching any particular fields, etc., that I will leave it on you. Just I will let you know that how the syntax and how you can use the spinner into your applications. So let us create a small component for that. Say spinner, and in that I'm just defining the lightning spinner. So the component is there, and lightning spinner, and say I want to give any alternative text again this particular spinner. If spinner is not loading, in that case it can give this alternative text as well. So you can give loading, and you can define the size of spinner as well. Say I want to give a small spinner. So that's all. I think that should work. So and I want to extend facilities as well. So you can see a small spinner is coming over here. You can define it as medium or large as well. You can see, so at the same place actually both are rendered. That's why these are not visible. I have put two spinners, but it is showing only one, because at the same place is both are showing. For moving it in the different places, so we can use CSS for that. So say I want to quickly create a CSS, so I want to just put a div tag and putting a class, and say class is say spin, and I can put it in a div. And in the same case, I can take this also in the div and this also in the div. Div is closing, div is closing, and I can create a style CSS file quickly. So it would be this dot spin, and here I want to define, say position I want to define is relative for all of them. I want to display it in inline block. Okay, let us try if this is working. Still problematic, so you need to define the width and height as well. So say width is 80 and I want to define height, that is also. Let us see now if it is showing perfectly. Yeah, it is good. So now you can see that as we have used the small CSS, as we were not using CSS at that time, if we were using multiple spinners, then it was showing at the same place and only one spinner was showing. So now we have taken three spinners, small, medium, and large, and done a small CSS, small styling, and applied on all of these. So you are able to see that small, medium, and large spinners, how this works like. So basically you can take any example. So for example, whenever you are fetching a number of records on a click of button, say you are fetching 500 records, so definitely it will take a couple of seconds for fetching. So at that time, at the submit time, you can render the spinner using the lightning spinner tag, and that would be displayed while the processing is going on. Okay, thank you very much.
Jan Bass Training. Learn and grow.